Okay, chapter 17, ownership of real estate. See, last chapter we were talking about estates and land, which describes the amount and kind of interest that one has in real property. That when they own it, what exactly do they own? How long do they own it for? Is their ownership rights limited or restricted in any way? In this chapter, ownership of real estate, we're going to be more so discussing what do we call it when we have one owner or more than one owner? How do they own the property? What are their rights, etc. So this chapter, you can be able to describe different forms of ownership and explain the differences between condos, co-ops, timeshares we're going to go over. But before we could do that, we have to understand how legal terminology works. Yes, no, I said chapter 7. We're on chapter 7. So legal terminology, how does legal terminology work? Well, you have words that end in OR or EE. You look at the root word, whatever the root word is, they refer to that here as the product. Like devise means to leave property by will. So if the word ends in OR, that's the person who's giving whatever the root word is. And if the word ends in EE, that's the person who's receiving whatever the root word is. This is how legal terminology works. It gives us a better way to grasp who all the players are. If you remember this, OR means giving, EE means receiving. So the devisor is the one who leaves the property by will, and the devisee is the one who receives it. And when we transfer ownership of real property, we do so by grant. We grant our ownership to someone else. So the grantor is the seller and the grantee is the buyer. Legacy is the gift of personal property that we leave behind. Legator is the one who left you that property. Legatee is the one who receives it, who was left the property. Here's one that's popular. We're going to hear it a lot. When it comes to a lease, there's a lessor and the lessee. Lessor is the landlord. They're the one who gives the lease. The lessee is the tenant. They're the one that receives the lease. Okay. I can't stress how important it is to understand who the players are. If you don't understand the terminology, then you're not going to understand what questions are asking of you on exam, and you're going to be lost. So this is a very, very helpful tool here, knowing that OR is the person who's giving whatever the root word is, and EE is the one who is receiving it. Okay, this is why I put this legal terminology thing to the front of the slideshow here, because it's actually going to be on the next page, but I wanted to get this up front and center. All right. Now, a mortgage is a little bit different because most people don't know what a mortgage is. Mortgage, a lot of people think a mortgage is a loan, and a mortgage is not a loan. A mortgage is a promise to pay. And you make your promise to pay to a borrower, makes their promise to pay to a lender in exchange for the loan. So if you lend me your money, I promise to pay you back according to the terms in the note. There are two parts of a mortgage: the mortgage itself, which is the promise to pay, and the note, which is the lays out all the financial information. It's the financial document. All right, so we have the mortgagor then is the one who gives the promise to pay. It's not about the money. What is a mortgage? It's a promise to pay. So who gives the promise? The borrower. In return, the lender gives them money. Okay, a lot of people screw this up. They can't grasp that concept and they think the mortgagor is the lender. It is not. So there's a couple ways you can remember this by understanding that whole thing, and then knowing that a mortgage is a promise to pay, and who gives the promise? The borrower. So therefore the borrower is the mortgagor, and the lender receives their promise. In exchange, they give them a loan. So therefore they are the mortgagee. Another way to remember this is mortgagor has two O's in it, borrower has two O's in it. Mortgagee has two E's in it, lender has two E's in it. Or you could just remember by singing a little bit, I guess, to yourself in your head, the mortgagor is the borrower. Who's the mortgagor? Come on, guys, time to wake up.
The borrower.
The borrower. The
Borrower.
borrower is the borrower. That's the best, easiest way to remember it. You don't even have to think about the whole process, right? Who's a mortgagor? Who gives a promise to pay? You know, it's a promise to pay. Who are they giving it? You know, you don't even have to get lost in all that. You could just sing to yourself. The mortgagor is the borrower, the one that rhymes, you know, kind of, sort of. That's the one. That way you can remember who the players are, because they're probably not going to ask you a question straight out on an exam. Who is the mortgagor? Okay, it's probably not going to be that easy. What they'll do is they'll have some long-winded question talking about the mortgagor and the mortgagee. And if you cannot distinguish who the players are, then you're probably not going to understand what the question's asking of you, and you're not going to get the question right. Okay, so who's the mortgagor?
The borrower.
The borrower. Come on, you guys should have that in your head. You know, the mortgagor is the borrower. You know, just the mortgagor is the borrower. You got to get it stuck in your head. The mortgagor is the borrower. Either that, or you better study. Mortgage is a promise to pay, and who's giving the promise to pay? The one that ends in OR, and then the one that receives it is the one that ends in EE. So who gives their promise to pay? The borrower gives their promise to pay to the lender. In exchange, the lender gives them a loan. But you don't even have to remember that whole scenario if you just sing a little bit. The mortgagor is the borrower. Thank you very much. Okay, so now let's start off on the next step here. Whoop. Look, even lenders misuse this terminology on a regular basis. Look, I have this little lending tree example here in their commercials.
Looking sharp, Len. Who's the lucky lady?
We're going to the bank to discuss a mortgage.
See, you need a loan, you put on a suit, you go crawling to the bank. This is how I dress to get a mortgage.
See, even banks are misusing the terminology out there. So it's no wonder that most people get it wrong, misthinking what a mortgage is. See, you don't go to the bank to get a mortgage, you go to the bank to give a mortgage. In return, the bank gives a loan. But the banks are not going to get all that confusing in marketing and advertising, because you get the basic gist of what they're talking about. But on exams, you really need to know the proper terminology.
I just go to Lending Tree. I calculate how much home I can afford. I get multiple offers to compare side by side. And the best part is the banks come crawling to me.
Everything you need to get a.
See, so this is just an example. I put that commercial in there because I see that they misuse the word mortgage. You know, you go to the bank crawling to get a mortgage. No, you don't. You give a mortgage to the bank, because the mortgagor is the borrower, right? All right.
Looking sharp.
Oh, come on. All right, so let's go over the different forms of ownership now. We're going to start off with tenancy and severalty on the first page of chapter 7. We're going to highlight sole ownership or tenancy in severalty. Sole ownership or tenancy in severalty.
Well, I didn't hear, where was that?
On the first page of chapter 7. Sole ownership or tenancy in severalty. All right, so turn the page then, and we're next going to go over. So sole ownership is tenancy and severalty. And look, if I'm going to change the slide here for a moment, because I made a slide just about tenancy and severalty. Tenancy and severalty comes from the root word not several, but sever. Your interests are severed from all others. So the root word here is actually sever, not several. So tenancy and severalty is sole ownership, ownership by one person or entity, like a company. A company can own real estate, right? So sole ownership by one person or entity. An entity is an artificial person for taxation purposes, like a business, okay? The owner is free to devise the property to their heirs or assignees. All right. The next one is tenancy in common. Now let me go to the next slide for that. Tenancy, I have to bounce around the slides here a little bit. Tenancy in common is the default form of ownership if there's two or more people not married to each other, or businesses, two or more people or businesses. So it's two or more owners not married, automatically creates a tenancy in common, or TIC for short, unless specified in the deed. The ownership is to be taken in another form. Okay, so the default form of ownership, two or more owners not married.
Tenancy in common.
Tenancy in common, unless you specify you want to take ownership in another way. All right, so let's see what are some of the other details about tenancy in common. Well, a corporation can be a tenant in common. They could have a partial ownership share. All the owners do not have to have an equal ownership share. You could have one person that's 25% owner, another one that's 75%. But if you don't specify in the deed and there's two or more owners, even though one of them put up 75% of the cash and the other put up only 25, you're automatically 50-50 owners. You're automatically all equal shared owners, unless you specify that you're not. So that's kind of important to specify in the deed, right? Now, owners can devise their interest. That means they could leave their property or their interest by will to their heirs. If you're a tenant in common, you die, you could leave your ownership shares to your heirs. The interest is undivided in the entire property. What does that mean? That means you cannot physically distinguish which portion of the property is mine and which portion is yours. If I'm 50% owner, I'm 50% owner of the entire property, not this side is mine and that side is yours. It's not the way that works. So that's what they mean when they talk about an undivided interest in the property. Unless you buy out your partners, you'll never own in severalty. What does that mean?
One owner.
Yeah, that means you'll never be the sole owner. So unless you buy out your partner's interest, you're always going to have a partner. You're never going to be even if they die, you're not going to be the sole owner because their heirs will inherit their shares. So you're always going to have a partner unless you buy them out. Licensees must use caution when selling partial ownership shares. Because if you have two people, for instance, that are owners together in a property, and one of them wants to get out of that ownership, are they stuck owning that property because the other one doesn't want to sell? Well, the options are this. Your partner can buy you out if they have the money and if they have the desire to. But if they don't have the money or they don't have the desire to, then that's a wash. You could try to sell your ownership interest on your own without your partner's approval. You don't need their permission. You could try to sell it on your own, your ownership shares in that property to someone else. But that's kind of tough to do. Try to sell your interest. You're not selling the whole property. You're only selling your partial interest in ownership of a property. And then they're going to have to become partners with somebody they don't know. That could be kind of difficult to do. And we as real estate agents cannot help people in doing that. Or I should say you should use extreme caution when doing that, because this could be classified as dealing in securities. And unless you have a special Series 7 license to deal in securities, you could be dealing in securities without a license, and that's a felony. All right. So you can sell partial ownership interest, but you'd have to do it in partnership with somebody who has a Series 7 license. All right. You can't deal in securities without a license. It would still be a pain in the neck to try to sell a partial ownership shares. Okay. And the rules, I tried reading the rules on seeing under what circumstances is selling a partial ownership share a security and which one isn't. And it's mind-bogglingly confusing. So I would say just don't even bother dealing with them unless you have somebody with a Series 7 license involved. The risk is, the juice ain't worth the squeeze on that one. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times, like if you own if you have some of these people that they may own these multi-million-dollar properties, these big, huge properties that you have many owners involved in as tenants in common. You may want to just sell your partial ownership shares. They're not looking to sell out the whole property, and they can try to do that. But I mean, how would they find out a buyer? How would they market it? How would they get a buyer? You know, it's not as easy to do as it sounds. So that's usually not an option either. So tenancy in common is hard to sell, a partial ownership interest. If your partners don't want to buy you out, you're stuck in the ownership with them. If you can't do either one of those things, you can't sell your partial ownership because it's too difficult, and your partners don't want to buy you out or can't buy you out, are you still stuck owning the property? No,
No.
you have one more option. If we skip all the way down to the bottom here, it's partition. There's something called a partition. This is a court proceeding where one co-owner sues another or the others, where they take them to court, and a judge examines the property to see if it's possible that the property can be physically divided up. And if that is not a possibility, because like it's a sole structure or something, you can't physically divide up the property, then the judge will order the property sold, and then the proceeds split up accordingly to their fractional ownership share interests. So each owner will get their shares. That is called a partition. And that is a form of involuntary alienation. What does the word alienation mean? It's a transfer of property. And involuntary means you don't want it. So those partners didn't want to sell, but they were forced to because one of their partners took them to court to force them to sell. So a partition is a form of involuntary alienation, and this will be on exam. I know you'll see it on an exam sooner than later, as a matter of fact.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you covered it. I don't know if I missed it. So if they have to do a partition and the court forces them to sell, oh my God, I think I just missed what you said. How are they forced to sell? Like that person that's forced to sell, they can't afford to buy out the other one. Is that what you said? Because I'm not sure if I missed that part.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Okay.
If you own a property with me, we're tenants in common. You could try to sell your ownership shares, but you can't find a buyer who's going to want to become partners with some stranger.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you come to me, you ask me to buy you out. I'm not going to say I'm going to be a jerk. I'm just going to say, I wish I could. I don't have the money.
Okay.
Okay. And are you stuck owning a property with me now? No.
Right.
Take me to court, sue me. For the purpose, the partition proceeding will see if you can physically partition this property, like cut it up and give it in separate deeds. And then this way you could sell your part and I can keep mine. But if
Right.
that's not possible, then the judge will order the entire property sold.
Got it.
And then
Okay.
you're going to get your shares and be on your way.
Okay.
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 So that's what a partition does.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I just like this sound, partition. What is a partition? If you have a room partition, what is that? It's something that separates the rooms into two halves, right?
Right.
It cuts the room into two halves. Well, you're cutting your ownership off with the partner when you do a partition, right? Instead of cutting a room in half, you're cutting off your partnership. Okay.
I get it now. Thank you.
Welcome. All right. Now it says that your default form of ownership is tenancy in common unless you specify otherwise in the deed. Hold on, let me see real quick what the next slide is, and then okay. Unless you specify otherwise in the deed. But what would you specify otherwise in the deed? Well, the next thing you would specify is something called joint tenancy. Now, to create a joint tenancy, we're going to go over what's required. This one's a little complicated, so we're going to have to go over this one. We're going to go over what's required in order to create a joint tenancy. Well, first of all, you have to specify you want to take ownership in that format. And then you have to have 4 unities in common. That means you have to have 4 things in common in order to create a joint tenancy in the first place. And then we're going to go over how do you terminate a joint tenancy. Where the hell is joint tenancy? Tenancy contents by the entirety. Okay, I did things in a little bit of a different order here. All right, so let me actually switch them up on the slideshow to match up a little bit too. It's also a little bit different order than the books got it in. So I actually put the tenancy by the entirety before the joint tenancy. All right. No problem. All right, so tenancy by the entirety. Tenancy in common is the default form of ownership, two or more people not married to each other. Tenancy by the entirety is ownership between married couples. So tenancy by the entirety is ownership by married couples for their primary marital residence anyway. Owners do have the right of survivorship. So if your spouse dies, the surviving spouse automatically inherits the property. New Jersey does not have common law marriage. It's a question that comes up, so I got it on this slide. When a couple does divorce, what happens to that tenancy by the entirety though? Well, it reverts to a tenancy in common. And if you have a tenancy by the entirety, there's no right to partition. You've got some serious marital issues that you need to work out if you're wanting to sue your spouse to force them to sell the property, right? You want to take them to court to force them to sell the property and you're married. I think you should have a discussion with your spouse about where you want to live instead of suing them, forcing them to sell or divide the property. Yeah, that's that looks like you're on your way to a divorce right then, right? So tenancy by the entirety has no right of partition. And a corporation can never be a tenant by the entirety. Why not? Because corporations don't get married, people do. If a corporation is going to get together with another corporation, they call that a merger, right? It's not a marriage. And like I said, they have the right of survivorship. But what is the right of survivorship? I explained it to you, but we didn't go over it yet. Here's the definition for right of survivorship. It's when a co-owner, in this case, it's a spouse, dies, the surviving co-owner automatically inherits the shares of the owner who died. That's the right of survivorship. Last man standing, so to speak, right? So the right of survivorship, when one spouse dies, the other one gets it. Okay. So what do we call ownership by married couples?
Tenancy by entirety.
By entirety.
The couple entirely own the property together. Tenancy by the entirety. And then,
Can a
go ahead.
spouse names like heirs? Like in case they die, can they name that their share goes to somebody else?
No, you can't write your spouse out of the, your spouse has the right of survivorship for the primary marital residence. For any other investment properties that you may have that your spouse is not privy to, then you can on those, but not for the primary marital residence. Like say, you know, you live in a house with your wife, right?
Right.
You die. You can't say, well, I'm leaving the house to my girlfriend. You know, you can't do that. You know, your spouse has the right to the house now. Okay. Now, tenancy in common is the default form of ownership if there's more than one owner not married to each other, unless you specify otherwise in the deed. Well, what would you specify otherwise? You would specify joint tenancy. Now, keep in mind one thing, all these different forms of ownership, it is very important for us to understand them. We need to understand them for exam. We need to understand them for real life. However, you will never, look at this note I put at the bottom. Licensees should never advise someone as to what form of ownership to take. It's very important that we understand these types of ownership and when it would be used, but we don't give advice on what form of ownership they should take because that is legal advice and we're not attorneys. And if you give them legal advice, you're practicing law without a license. So don't do that. So if you get an exam question on state exam, for example, and on state exam, they ask you, they built out a scenario, and then they ask you what form of ownership would you advise that they take in this scenario? Even if there's an answer there that fits perfectly, you would select the answer option that says none of the above. And the reason why you would select that is because this is legal advice and we don't give legal advice.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I was watching what was it, $1 Million Beachfronts or something the other day, and I was confused. I needed to watch it again because I think all of them were broker salespeople, and one of them was a lawyer. Now, in the sense that would you be acting as both people, like as a lawyer and as? Okay, yeah,
That's conflict.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. All right, so it's just important to understand that we never advise someone on what form of ownership they should take. Okay, it's important that we understand it. Now, if the question on exam asks you, not how would you advise they take ownership, but if it asks you what form of ownership would they have had, you know, that's a little bit different than advising them of how would you advise them what form of ownership, because we don't give this advice because that's legal advice. You guys understand what I'm getting at here?
Yes.
That's how they get a little tricky on this on exam, because you're going to study your little hearts out and so proud of yourself that you understand it and you know it. You know which form that they should take it in, but you can't tell because that's legal advice and only an attorney can do that. So we can only figure out. We can't tell. Okay. All right. So before we go over joint tenancy, ownership by corporations. A corporation, a fictitious entity for taxation purposes, can own real estate. However, corporations cannot own real estate as joint tenants or tenants by the entirety. Reason being is you can't be a joint tenant because a corporation's life is perpetual until it's formally dissolved, meaning it would always be the last man standing, so to speak, in a joint tenancy scenario. And it can't be a tenant by the entirety because tenants by the entirety are for married couples. Corporations can only own real estate as tenants in severalty or tenants in common if it's a partial ownership share. And I'm gonna replace this. I'm gonna move that slide to be at the end of the after joint tenants, because that's the proper place where it should be. Okay, so minimize that, then open it back up again. All right, so the joint tenancy, I refer to it as the poor man's will. All right, you'll see why in a moment, but that has it's not something I made up, but a lot of people have referred to it in the past as a poor man's will. It'll become apparent to you why. In order to create a joint tenancy, well, first of all, you have to specify you want to take ownership in this form, because if you don't, by default, two or more people not married to each other creates a tenancy in common in that deed. Now, you have to have two or more owners not married to each other. A corporation can never be a joint tenant because of its perpetual existence. A corporation will never die unless it's formally dissolved. Should move that down the list a little bit because you don't know why that's even important or relevant yet. So I'll put that right after that. There we go. All right. So you'll see what I did in a second. So all owners must have an equal ownership shares of interest in the property in order to have a joint tenancy. They have to. You cannot have one that's 25% owner, one that's 75. All owners must have equal ownership shares. The only benefit to having a joint tenancy is what we call the right of survivorship. Meaning if one co-owner dies, if one co-owner dies, the surviving co-owners automatically equally split the shares of the owner who had died. So this is why you can never leave. If you're a joint tenant, you can never leave your ownership shares by will to your heirs. Because when you die, your co-owners automatically inherit your interest. Okay, it's automatically done. Doesn't have to go through probate either. Ooh, poor man's will. So that ownership transfer is automatic. So you also don't have to pay taxes on that transfer. So a corporation can never be a joint tenant because it's perpetual existence. It'll always be the last man standing, you know, because a corporation never dies unless it's formally dissolved. It has to be, they have to formally dissolve the corporation. If the president or CEO of the company dies, they just replace that person with another person. And then the corporation's life lives on. So that's what they mean by a corporation will never die unless it's formally dissolved. And that's why a corporation can never be a joint tenant. Because what's the only benefit of having a joint tenancy? The right of survivorship. The only benefit to having joint tenancy is the right of survivorship. And what does that mean?
If the person dies, you inherit their share.
If one co-owner dies, the surviving co-owner or owners automatically equally split the shares of the owner who had died. That is correct. So all owners hold an undivided interest in the entire property. What does that mean? It means you cannot physically distinguish which part of the property is owned by who. For instance, if there's two owners, once again, I already discussed this in tenancy in common, but if you have two owners and they own 50-50, you can't physically distinguish which half of the property is mine, which half is yours. I'm 50% owner of the entire property. So it's an undivided interest in that regard. Each owner is free to sell their ownership interest without the consent of the other owners. Just like with tenancy in common, although we discussed that could be very difficult to do, right? But if you do manage to do it, this would destroy that joint tenancy, converting all the new owners' interests to a tenancy in common. So if there's 3 or more owners, the original remaining owner will remain as joint tenants with each other, but the new owners would be tenants in common because they don't have the unities of time, title, interest, and possession, which we're going to go over in just a second. So I'm going to go over this in a lot more detail in just a moment. So just hang back on those questions, okay? And owners can partition. So if one owner wants to sell and the others don't, well, they can take them to court and force them to. And there is the possibility to convert a joint tenancy to a tenancy in common or tenancy in severalty. And we're going to show you exactly how that's done as I start explaining it in more detail with drawings, okay? So let's first go over this slide. There's 4 unities in common in order to create a joint tenancy. This is on page 109. There's 4 unities. You have to have 4 unities in common in order to create a joint tenancy. So highlight this and write TTIP on the side like I have here on the bottom of page 109 under joint tenancy. Where you guys see this? TTIP stands for the unity of time. TTIP, time, title, interest, and possession. Unity of time, unity of title, unity of interest, and unity of possession. Well, what does time mean? It means all joint tenants must acquire their interest at the same time. Unity of title means all joint tenants must acquire their interest by the same deed. Unity of title means all joint tenants must acquire their interest by the same deed. Unity of interest means all joint tenants hold equal ownership interest. You can't have one that's 75% owner, and one that's 25%. And unity of possession. You can't distinguish which part of the property is yours and which is mine. We have an undivided possession of the entire property. Okay, so unity of time, title, interest, and possession. And if you look at a scenario and you see that all the owners don't have equal ownership shares, you know right off the bat, it's not a joint tenancy. Why is that? Because you have to have the unity of interest. If all the owners didn't get their ownership at the same time, it's not a joint tenancy because they didn't get, because that's one of the requirements, unity of time, title, interest, and possession. All right, and once again, here's that possession definition I have for you in case you forget it for that last one, because that last one could be a little confusing. It means you cannot physically distinguish which part of the property is owned by an individual. If you're 50% owner, you own 50% of the entire property. You cannot physically distinguish which part is yours versus the co-owners. Hopefully that's perfectly clear for everybody. Now, joint tenancy, eventually, as all the co-owners die off, ownership's divided among the surviving co-owners and will eventually leave one owner as tenant in severalty through the process of the right of survivorship. Now, that explains the last statement on the previous slide, where it says that it's possible to be converted to a tenancy in severalty. Okay, that's how it would be accomplished. As the other co-owners die, it'll eventually leave one person still alive, and then that person would own in severalty. And then can they leave their shares by will to their heirs?
Yes.
Then
Yes.
they would be able to.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me see if I have another slide with this stuff. No. Okay. So,
Question.
Yep.
Question. Let's say on the sample on the graph there's on page 109, you start with 3 joint tenants.
okay,
And
hold on.
then
Hold
one
on.
dies.
Hold on. I'm coming to that right now. Okay.
Okay, in that case, continue with the.
Yeah, I got you. All right. So let's see if we have joint tenants. There's 4 unities: the unity of time, title, interest, and possession. So here is an example of 3 owners with all equal ownership shares. They receive their ownership at the same time, by the same deed. They have the same ownership interest and undivided possession in the property. This is a joint tenancy. Now, if you just looked at this graph, you have 3 owners with equal ownership shares, and they all have the unity of time, title, interest, and possession. Is this a joint tenancy?
Yes.
Anybody else agree or disagree with them?
I would agree.
Everybody agree? Don't be afraid to get things wrong. It's okay, just talk. It's okay, right? Well, not necessarily. What's required in order to create a joint tenancy? Yes, Karita, go ahead. No? Okay. In order to create a joint tenancy, you have to specify you want to take ownership in that form. So even if you have the unity of time, title, interest, and possession, unless you want to take, unless you specify that you want to take ownership in that format, you're not going to be joint tenants. You also, even though you have all those things in common, in order to create a joint tenancy, unless you specify that that's your intent and that's what you want to do, you're going to be tenant in common. You must specify your intent is to become a joint tenant. Remember, to create the very first thing, to create a joint tenancy, it must be specified in the deed ownerships to be taken in that form at the time of purchase. Otherwise, the default form of ownership for 2 or more people not married to each other creates a tenancy in common. That's why. So even though you see this scenario, don't automatically be like, oh, I know which one that is because they all got the 4 unities in common. They can have 4 unities in common, but also did they ask to be joint? Okay. Next. What if we got this scenario? What happens if owner B dies and they're joint tenants? Well, owner B's interest gets split down the middle between A and C, the two survivors. It's automatic. Right? That's what we call the right of survivorship. And then if owner C dies, they leave owner A as the sole owner behind. And then how do they own it? They're tenant in severalty.
Tenant in severalty.
And now can they leave it by their interest by will to their heirs?
Yes.
Yes, they can,
Yes.
because tenants in severalty can do that. Well, now what if we have a scenario like this? Owner C sells. He's sick and tired of being partners with A and B, can't take their crap no more. So he sells his interest to D. What did that just do to the joint tenancy?
It becomes in common. Because the time is different.
Right.
He doesn't have the same rights as the other ones, right?
Okay, so if owner C sells their ownership to D, they do not have the unities of the first two unities, time and title, right? Here we go. They don't have the unities of time and title anymore. They still have the same interest and possession, but owner D did not get ownership interest at the same time or by the same title. However, check this out. Give me a second here. Owner D is a, it's too thick of a pen. Wait a second. Is a tenant in common with A and B. However, A and B are still joint tenants with each other.
What?
A and B have the four unities in common still, and they created it as a joint tenancy to begin with. So A and B are still joint tenants together. However, owner D does not have the unity of time and title. So therefore, owner D is a tenant in common with A and B.
So basically, if tenant D dies, they can actually transfer automatically to whoever they want,
To their heir, correct. Correct.
right? While A and B, if one of them died, it just goes automatically to either A or B, to the
Correct.
surviving member.
Correct. Correct. Interesting little tidbit there, huh? Huh. Now, okay, so let's see.
So it in the case of A and B.
Yep.
Right. Okay, so let's say B dies, A gets the remaining shares of B.
What,
Right.
in this scenario?
Right.
Okay, then, yeah, then A,
So A becomes a tenant in severalty.
no, no, they would become a tenant in common. Look, in
Oh,
this,
yeah. I'm sorry.
look,
tenant in common. Right. Correct.
yeah,
correct.
because D is a tenant, in this scenario, D is now a tenant
Right.
in common with both of these folks, right?
Right.
But these two are joint tenants with each other.
Right.
So what you said is if B dies,
Yeah, I'm thinking of just the A and B shares. Yeah, I forget that.
now you see there's no more joint tenancy, it got dissolved.
Right.
There's just tenancy in common left between these two,
Right. Okay.
okay? So, interesting. Now, one thing, that we kind of like, we scurried past and nobody even asked a question about it. Can you do that? Yes, you can. Owner C sick and tired of A and B's crap, so C sold to D. Remember that you can sell your ownership shares without the other owner's permission, right? Each owner can sell their interest without the consent of the other co-owners. But then that starts screwing up, it destroys the joint tenancy. How does it destroy it? Does it completely eliminate joint tenancy? No, it just destroys the joint tenancy for the one person C, because they sold to D. So this person's interest can never be joint tenancy anymore. It's tenancy in common now. Okay. All right, so let's go over one more scenario here. How do these people own? What's the
That would be
owner?
a tenant in common.
What's the ownership scenario here?
Tenant in common,
Why do you say it's tenancy in common?
because each one owes a specific percentage of the property or the business.
Why is this not a tenancy by the entirety?
Because they're not married.
Yeah, you can't have three people that are married to each other, right? That's not legal. So because because there's three owners and you can't have three people married to each other. That's why. Now, why is it not joint tenancy?
Because
Because it's
for
not
joint
equal.
tenancy, they have to have equal shares.
For joint tenancy, they have to have equal shares. That's right. You could, so without even knowing when they got their ownership interest or anything like that, we don't need to. Because joint tenancy, we know you have to have equal ownership shares. So all we got to do is just fall back on TTIP. What does TTIP stand for?
Time, title,
Time,
interest,
title.
possession.
Interest and possession.
You need to know just that alone for exam. That's an exam question all in itself. We went over a bunch of scenarios and things to see what happens with joint tenancy and how you create a joint tenancy. But you get an exam question just on its own of what are the four unities required to create a joint tenancy? Unity of time, title, interest, and possession. See, in this scenario, they have the unity of time, they have the unity of title, but they don't have the unity of interest. This guy's got 50%, these two got 25 each. So we know it's not a joint tenancy scenario. So not joint tenants, they are not joint tenants. Okay, so those were all the scenarios that we went over and that the book is talking about too. All right, everybody got that?
Yep.
All
Yes.
right. So
Yeah.
know the four types of ownership. Sole ownership by one person or entity. What do we call it?
Sovereignty.
Severalty.
Tenants and
Yeah.
severalty.
Yep. Tenancy and severalty, right? That's your interests are severed from all others. And what about the ownership by married couples?
Tenancy. Joint tenancy.
By the entirety?
By the
Oh,
entire,
entirety. That's right. my
by the
bad.
entirety. And the default form of ownership, two or more owners not married to each other,
That's joint tenancy.
that's joint tenancy, unless you specify otherwise in the deed. And what would you specify otherwise in the deed?
How much they own?
No, the form of ownership. You're-
Okay.
Okay, so tenancy in common. The default ownership, two or more owners not married to each other, creates a tenancy in common unless specified otherwise in the deed. And what would you specify otherwise in the deed? Joint tenancy. Okay. And let's take a look. Once again, corporation can never be a joint tenant. Why?
Because corporations don't die until they're dissolved.
Correct. And how come it can't be a tenant by the entirety?
Because they're not married.
Because they don't get married. Okay, so everybody got an understanding of that now?
Yes.
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 You really need to study this to understand them and remember them. These will be on exams. Okay? All right, now types of business structures. Here's some just different types of, well, actually, you know what? Let's do a recap and do some highlighting, okay? On the first page of chapter 7, we have highlighted sole ownership or tenancy in severalty. That's ownership by one person or entity. Then on page 108, on the chart over here, remembering legal terminology, I want you to write above where it says person giving the product, I want you to write OR in quotations. You know, like we had it here in the book. Let me see, in the slideshow. Right here, OR, I want you to write like that with quotes above. And then person receiving the product, EE, I want you to write that above that on the chart, just like I have it here. And then next to the word mortgagor, write borrower, and next to mortgagee, I want you to write lender. Okay, now in my slide here, I give an explanation as to why and who the characters are.
Look,
Then where it says tenancy in common, underneath the circles that are there at the bottom of the page, the last paragraph, highlight if a tenant in common wants to dissolve a co-ownership, but the other parties do not voluntarily agree to its termination, they may file a suit in court to partition the property. There's your definition of a partition proceeding. To understand what a tenant in common is, you'd have to read the whole paragraph, basically. All right, so highlight the title, tenancy in common. And then under joint tenancy on the next page, highlight the main feature of joint tenancy is that it carries with it the right of survivorship. Because that's the only benefit. The way that I wrote it, that's the only benefit of having joint tenancy is the right of survivorship. They write the sole benefit, whatever. The only benefit, sole benefit, is the right of survivorship. It's the only reason why you would want a joint tenancy, for whatever reason. And then at the bottom of the page, you're highlighting this. To create a joint tenancy in New Jersey, language in the deed must expressly state the titles to be taken in that form of ownership. Because in order to create a joint tenancy, even if you have all 4 unities in common, if you didn't specify you want to take ownership in that form, what form of ownership do you have?
Tenancy in common.
Yes, because you have to specify you want to take ownership as a joint tenant. Otherwise, you're not going to be. And then just write that TTIP like this and maybe underline and highlight the 4 unities required to create a joint tenancy. Okay. Then turn the page. And at the bottom of the page, we're going to highlight tenancy by the entirety. A tenant by the entirety is a special tenancy between, cross out husband and wife, and write married couples. Gay marriage is now legal in New Jersey. A couple of years ago, Governor Christie signed it into law. So highlights tenancy by the entirety is a special tenancy between, you're crossing out husband and wife, and you're writing married couples. Okay. That's on page 110. So you're a tenancy by the entirety for your primary marital residence. You can own other properties that your spouse has no interest in, but the primary marital residence, though, you'll be definitely a tenancy by the entirety for. You can own other properties as tenancy in common with other people. All right. Now we're going to get into different forms of business structures. So a corporation is an artificial person. It's a fictitious entity for taxation for legal purposes. Corporations cannot own real estate as joint tenants or tenants by the entirety because their life is not, their life is perpetual and they can't get married, right? Sole type of, okay, types of business structures. Sole proprietorship is one owner. If you are a business owner, you start up your own business, it's just you as the owner, you're a sole proprietorship. If you start that business up with somebody else, you're a partnership. Two or more people who start a business together creates a partnership. Now, partnerships can opt for, creating a corporation or a limited liability company, an LLC. Okay. Corporations have a lot more paperwork than limited liability companies, and they get double taxed. The corporation gets taxed as an entity, and so does its employees and owners when they get paid. A limited liability company, however, has a pass-through. It gets the legal protections of a corporation, but it only gets taxed once as a company. However, it's usually at a little higher tax rate. Okay, but they don't have to pay the exorbitant fees to maintain a corporation or have the exorbitant record-keeping requirements that a corporation has. All right, so this is why a lot of small business owners, they, instead of just remaining as a partnership, they're a partnership, but they also file as an LLC, limited liability company. And if we're ever selling a property to a corporation or for a corporation or an LLC, we need to have some sort of corporate records that show that this person has the authority to sign on behalf of that entity. Now, a syndicate is not a formally created business entity. A syndicate is the joining together of two or more people to carry out a business project. Once the business project is done, the syndicate is done. In the same fashion, a joint venture is not a formally created business entity. However, instead of two or more people coming together to carry out a business project, it's two or more groups that come together to carry out a business project. And when the business project is done, the joint venture is done. And then a real estate investment trust, or REIT, we're going to get into what their tax benefits are and what exactly a REIT is. So let's first talk about partnerships. A partnership is when you have two or more owners of a business. Every type of partnership has at least one general partner. In a general partnership, all of the co-owners work in the business. They work the day-to-day activities of the business, and therefore they could be held liable for any additional debts that the business takes on. However, in a limited partnership, it must also have at least one general partner who works the day-to-day business and is responsible for any additional debts the business takes on. But the rest of the partners could be limited partners. That means they're limited in their liability to their initial investment in the business. The worst that they stand to lose is if that business fails, they'll lose their investment in the business. But if that business takes on additional debts, the limited partners are not required to dig in their pockets and pay those debts off. They're not required to, okay? It's kind of like if you buy stock in a company, you know, you are, if that business takes out loans, are you responsible for paying those loans? No. The general partners are, who actually work in the business, who own the business in that regard. You're like a silent investor, okay? You're not required to put any additional revenue into that, or any additional cash infusions into that business. You're either going to make money, or you're going to lose the money you already invested. You're not required to invest any more into it. Okay. Everybody understand that concept? Here, let me put it in another way. You want to start a business. And in order to start that business, you go to the bank of mom for a loan. Now, mom doesn't know anything about your business. She doesn't care about the business. She just cares that you're successful in all your business endeavors, you know, all your endeavors in life, that you're a success, right? So mom is a partner in your business. But what kind of partner is she?
Limited.
She's a limited partner. She's not responsible for paying any additional debts that you may take on as loans for your business. But mom is a business partner. She's not working the day-to-day activities in that business, but she's a partner. You, however, are the general partner. You work the day-to-day business. If you take on any additional debts, you're the one responsible for paying them back. That's the difference between a limited partnership and a general partnership. Hopefully that made it nice and clear. You need to understand who the general partner is and how these work. You'll get a question on that on exam. So a corporation is an artificial person. It's a fictitious entity for taxation purposes. It cannot own real estate as joint tenants or tenants by the entirety, for reasons we've already gone over ad nauseum. They can't, okay. Corporations are managed by their board of directors. The board of directors is the ones who make all the major decisions to buy or sell real estate on behalf of the corporation. Sure, you could have a president or CEO of a corporation, but they can't make those major decisions on their own. They have to run them by the board of directors, who evaluates all major decisions before a CEO or president can do anything, because the board of directors looks out for who? They look out for the stockholders, the shareholders of that company. That's their primary objective, is to look out and for the stockholders' best interests. All right. So, I mean, these days in the news, we're hearing a lot of rhetoric, but it's just politics that we hear about in the news, where corporations, all of a sudden, they have a requirement for social integrity, social justice, and all this other kind of garbage, which that is not true at all. Corporation is not required to get involved in political or social issues, to stand up for social ideologies. No, they're not. Their job is to look out for their investors' money. They can't be making decisions because of their own political beliefs and ideology that could end up costing their shareholders, their investors, money. That's BS. That's garbage. But yet we're hearing it on the news a lot lately, right? All this social justice stuff. I'm waiting for the lawsuits to start coming down when they start losing money. So they're managed by the board of directors. A corporation is managed by its board of directors. It makes all the major decisions to buy or sell real estate. You can't have a CEO that just says, oh, we're going to shut down the plant over here and sell a property. They have to run that by the board of directors. The board of directors will debate it and vote and see if they'll buy or sell a property that they own. They look out for the interest of their shareholders. So a corporation can convey real estate only upon a proper resolution passed by its board of directors. After they vote on it, they pass a resolution, yay or nay, whether they're going to buy or sell the property. Let's go to page 333 and we'll highlight something there. Let me know when you're at page 333.
There.
Okay.
Here.
All right. So at the bottom of page 333, it says execution of corporate deeds. I want you to highlight number 1 there. A corporation can convey real estate only upon a proper resolution passed by its board of directors. And then go back to page 111. So let's do some highlighting on page 111. Let's highlight the title partnerships and then do a cross-reference by writing page 300 next to it. And then I want you to highlight general partnership. All partners participate to some extent in the operation and management of the business, and they may be held personally liable for business losses. Then, under limited partnership, highlight the title limited partnership. And the second sentence, the limited partners do not participate in the operation of the business, and each can be held liable for the business losses only to the extent of their initial investment in the business. In other words, they cannot be held liable for any additional debts that the business takes on. That's on page 111. All right. And then under corporation, we're going to go to the third paragraph and we're going to highlight a corporation is managed and operated by its board of directors. And then you're going to write page 333, that cross-reference over there. And then we turn the page.
I'm sorry, where was that?
Under corporations, third paragraph, highlight a corporation is managed and operated by its board of directors. And then you're writing page 333 above it as the cross-reference.
Thank you.
Mhm. And then you turn the page. Then it talks about limited liability companies. We already spoke of them. Other forms of corporation, syndicate. I explained to you already. It's joining together 2 or more people to carry out a business project. It's not a legally formed business entity, and neither is a joint venture. And a joint venture is similar to 2 or more people getting together. It's 2 or more groups that come together. That's the only difference. All right. And then when their business venture is concluded, so is the syndicate or the joint venture. Okay. Seek legal advice about these business entities. So highlight in that same paragraph under other forms of ownership near the bottom, near the last sentence. A real estate investment trust, REIT, is a form of organization that's useful for taking advantage of certain tax benefits. And I want you to write under that paragraph the same benefits as mutual fund investors, just like I have it here. Same benefits as mutual fund investors. That's a question on an exam sooner or later, hint, hint.
Can you repeat that? Highlight, what are we highlighting again?
A real estate investment trust, a REIT, is a form of organization that's useful for taking advantage of certain tax benefits. And then right beneath the paragraph, the same benefits as mutual fund investors. Page 301 as the cross-reference. So you're writing the same benefits as mutual fund investors.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Page 301 is the cross-reference, and then go to page 301. And we're going to highlight something on page 301 that talks about the same thing. And on the top of page 301, we're going to highlight real estate investment trusts, REITs. Real estate investors can take advantage of the same tax benefits as mutual fund investors. Just highlighting the same thing. Now over here, they talk about a REIT a little bit more. In order to be classified as a REIT, the fund has to have at least 100 investors minimum, with at least 75% of that trust income coming from real estate as the investment vehicle. Okay, a REIT is a stable investment. It pays out very slowly over time. It's like a REIT could be a management group for a retirement investment, where they will pool together hundreds, if not thousands of investors' money together to buy these maybe a large apartment complex with hundreds of apartment units. Okay, that would be owned by a REIT company, a real estate investment trust. They're investing in real estate. Is investing in an apartment complex probably going to be profitable?
Yes.
Yep. So the investors who invested their money so that that REIT can purchase the apartment complex, they're going to get paid out dividends over time, slowly and steadily, because an apartment complex is profitable. Sure, you're going to have some tenants who don't pay their rent, but overall, the majority of them will be, right? It's just business, you know? Then they'll get rid of those tenants and then they'll eventually replace them with someone who do, you know? But those investors can be pretty sure that their investment is secure. REITs rarely, if ever, lose money. They're very large investments usually. Okay, I had a REIT investor come to me once before saying, "Oh, we're looking for these types of investments, you know, apartment complexes with at least so many hundreds of units. We're looking at minimum $10 million investments, you know, like that's the kind of stuff that the REIT is looking for, you know. Not a bad client to have, you know. All right, go back to page 112. And we're going to talk about condos and co-op ownership. Condo ownership. We're going to talk about the condo ownership. We're going to talk about timeshares and co-ops. So the difference between condos and co-ops, we're going to get into that as well. Let's just first start off with condominiums, or condo for short. When you own a condo, you receive a deed. The deed is how you transfer the ownership, right? But you receive a deed of fee simple ownership of two things. What is fee simple ownership? Let's first just do a little recap of that. You guys recall from chapter 6? Fee simple ownership, the highest form of ownership recognized by law. It's unrestricted ownership forever. So you receive fee simple ownership of two things. The space, your living space, everything from the paint on the interior walls inward, and a proportion of the undivided interest in all the common area elements, like the swimming pools, tennis courts, parking lots, basements, stairways, hallways, etc. Now, when you own in a condominium, you become a member of the HOA, the homeowners association. It says all unit owners will be members of the condominium's homeowners association. Now, when you buy a condo, are you buying a condo so that you could become a member involved in government, to a mini little government to manage the complex in which you're living? Is that why you buy in there?
No.
No. But like it or not, you're going to be a member of the homeowners association. So just like with government in your city, we don't make all those decisions. Instead, we elect politicians, and hopefully those politicians are going to be doing work on our behalf as we would want them to, right? That's what the politician's job is to do, is to, they're supposed to work on behalf of their constituents, right? Well, similar to that, a homeowners association, most of the homeowners don't want to be involved in going to meetings and voting on improvements and work and changes to the complex. Instead, they appoint and they usually elect people to head up the homeowners association. So it works in that regard, just like a city would, like with the government, when you hire a politician, when you elect a politician, right? Now, hopefully they'll be working in your benefit. Now, do politicians ever do something that you don't want? Come on, guys, really? Politicians ever do things that you don't like?
Yes.
All the
Of
time.
course not.
So what do you think about homeowners association, that those people that you vote in there, you think that the power could possibly go to their heads?
Of
course
it will.
Of course it can, right? So because of this, sometimes these power does go to their heads. And just like with politicians in your city, have you guys ever gone down to City Hall and you had, you seen, it's like the mother's working there and then all of her kids are working there right beside her in City Hall? You ever wonder how the whole family got a job to work down in City Hall? Aren't they all supposed to be putting those job postings up on a public board, and they're supposed to be given to the best candidate, the most qualified candidate? But yet you see that there's the whole families working down in City Hall. You guys ever see that?
Yes.
Yes.
It's probably in like every city hall, right? And that's corruption, basically, because we call that nepotism, where they're favoring people that they know, giving them favors, giving them jobs. See, those jobs are supposed to go on a public job board, not to somebody who's just graduated high school, because they're your kid and they got the job there, That's not the way that it works. So some hanky-panky was going on behind the scenes. Now, that kind of similar thing can go on here with condominium complexes, where when we appoint people to become heading up the homeowners association, sometimes they're like, well, wait a minute. My husband's a landscaper. He owns a landscaping business. Let's give him the job to take care of the grounds. Oh, well, my wife is an attorney. Let's make her the attorney on standby here in case of lawsuits or any attorneys needed for contracts or anything. See, now they're just appointing people to positions instead of doing contracts and bidding for the best candidate for the best prices. And when they start doing that, sometimes you're not getting the best services or the best prices. And then pretty soon your monthly homeowner association fee starts going up, because they're not being pursers of your money. They're not looking out for spending your money in the most prudent, efficient manner and cost-efficient manner. Instead, they're not looking for the best candidate for the cheapest price by bidding out. They're just appointing it to people that they know. And the same thing happens here in homeowners associations sometimes. This is why it's important when buying in a condo complex, you ask people that are there. Maybe you see somebody in the parking lot, excuse me, do you live here? I was thinking about buying a unit here. Are you a member of the homeowners association? Ask that first of all, right? And then ask them, say, how do they run the complex, if you don't mind me asking? Are you happy here? Do you have any gripes about this place? Trust me, if people got gripes, they'll be vocal about them, all right? because then you could find out, because I tell you, I dealt with a lot of condos. I sold a lot of condos in my time. That is actually a specialty for me. And in dealing with condo sales, I seen a lot of times when people were moving, they were selling. It's not because they wanted to move. They actually liked the complex. They just hated the management and how they're running it. Because similar to politicians, can politicians create laws? And if you violate those laws, they're punishable by fines?
Yep.
Sure they can. Similar to that, the government, state of New Jersey, has given those powers to homeowner associations as well. They could create rules and regulations that all the homeowners have to follow. And if they don't follow them, they can be enforced by fining the residents who fail to comply. And then if they fail to pay them, those fines can be enforced through a process called foreclosure. So we call these rules bylaws, or CC&Rs, which is short for covenants, conditions, and restrictions. A covenant is a legal promise. These are legal promise conditions that are restrictive covenants. So they call them CC&Rs. These are the rules and regulations of the homeowner associations that must be followed. Okay. And a lot of times they have restrictions, like you can't put a for sale sign on your front lawn or in your front window for that matter, or within the complex. Some complexes say, well, there's allowed one for sale sign out by the entrance of the complex, but nothing within the complex. You know, you're not allowed to have commercial or oversized vehicles in the parking lot, or vehicles with car wraps. I've seen it as wacky as some complexes don't allow people with a bumper sticker on their car to park their car in the parking lot. You know, now it depends on these restrictions. Sometimes they could be unreasonable and ridiculous, but as long as they're not unreasonable, the state will allow them to fine the residents who fail to comply with their rules. All right. And it's gone so much that it's actually become a joke that some commercials were even made about it. I'm going to show you an example of a goofy, this is a goof on this invasive rule enforcement that one of these insurance companies made, probably a Geico commercial. Watch, I'm going to move to the next slide. I'm going to show it to you, okay? Shows you it's a real thing. Anybody see this one before?
Yeah.
An amazing school district. The HOA has been very involved. The short farm board approved. You need to break down your cardboard. Thank you. Violation. Violation. I see you've met Cynthia. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy. And that's not saving much money. Too much about regulation. For bundling maybe.
Yeah, so even the car commercials are goofing on it because it is a real thing. And sometimes that power goes to people's heads like Cynthia here. They try to fine residents who fail to comply. In this case, Cynthia's taken a little more proactive approach than that, and she's correcting things all on her own, right? But it shows you how restrictive that some of these and ridiculous that some of these rules can be. And the state of New Jersey says, as long as the rules are not too intrusive, but yet sometimes they are. Look, we see on the news every now and then, you know, some old timer, a proud veteran is going to get evicted because he's got like a 4-inch American flag in his flower pot on his balcony or whatever. And in the meantime, you know, the HOA rules say you cannot have decorations in your flower pot. And they consider that 4-inch American flag a decoration. And he's like, I've got friends that fought and died for this country. I refuse to remove it, you know? So they give them a fine. Here's a $50 fine for not complying with our rules. You may be like, okay, no big deal, $50 fine, right? All right, well, I'm not paying that fine. So next month, he's going to get the fine sent to him again, this time by the condo association's attorney. So there's going to be the $50 fine plus the compounding interest from the unpaid and fine from last month, plus a $250 attorney fee. on top of it. So now you got already, the next month, you're already up to $300 and change, right? You don't pay it, I'm not paying it. So next month gets another fine sent to them for the $300 plus from the previous month, plus another $250 attorney fee, plus compounding interest, and on and on and on. And you see how this can start getting very expensive very soon. And we see in the news, this guy's going to get evicted now because, or he's going to get foreclosed on because of a unpaid fine for a 4-inch American flag in his flower pot. And then people step in and they pay, you know, donate money to help the guy out. And a couple years later, it happens again. You know, these things are common, unfortunately. Yeah. So do your due diligence in investigating. Are they running this complex like a bunch of Nazis, a very strict hand rule like Cynthia over there that I showed you in this example? Or are they, or do they go to do a good, reasonable job and they're not all up in your business, you know, trying to enforce rules all the time because they got nothing better to do with their time, right? So HOA fees are the monthly maintenance charges that are paid to the association by all the homeowners to help pay for the expense to maintain the complex. The landscapers, the attorneys, the pay for maintenance of the pool and the tennis courts and all that other good stuff, any repairs, you know, that's what the monthly HOA fee goes to pay for. I've seen HOA fees as little as $25. Actually, I've seen them as little as $15 for some homeowners associations, and I've seen them as much as $1,500 to $2,000 a month as an association fee, not even counting your rent. Okay, so it depends where it's at, what kind of complex, what the pricing is of the area, and all that stuff, right? So they're managed by the HOA board, and professional management is usually put in place if you have more than 25 units in the complex, but not always. I've seen more than 25 units and it is still self-governed, self-managed HOAs. All right, so it depends. It can vary greatly from one to the next. All right, we already went over that. All right, condominium ownership continued here. So you receive that deed for the fee simple ownership of those two things, everything on the paint on the interior walls inward and a proportion of the common area elements. You're going to pay fees to maintain all that stuff, or you're going to, I'm sorry, receive a deed for those proportional interests that you have a share in. Regulations by the New Jersey Horizontal Properties Act and the Condominium Act, they regulate the creation of condominiums. And we're going to be going over what's required in order to create a condominium in a moment. Certain tenants cannot be evicted during condominium conversions. We're going to go over that in a coming slide. Owners of a condo have the same exact income tax advantages as individual single-family detached home owners. All right, which, by the way, you could have a single detached home and it be part of a condo complex. That's describing the architectural style. All right, so condos can be a vary of different architectural styles. You could have a single family detached house that is within a complex, just like that commercial that we saw there with Cynthia around. They were all single family homes, but it was all within the condo complex in that example. We're used to in this area seeing them as, you know, townhouses or the apartment style condos, you know, where you can have one unit above the other, you know. Those are just simply the architectural styles. Okay, don't confuse architectural styles with forms of ownership. Condominium is a fee simple ownership with an HOA, a homeowners association, which has rules that they can impose on its residents. That's what a condo is. All right, in a nutshell. Those, once again, these architectural styles can be single family detached houses. They could be multi-unit attached houses, units. They could be high rises, garden apartments, townhouses, okay, can all be condos. You know, let me throw that townhouses in there as one of the options. Hold on. All right, so they could be multi-unit attached housing. They could be high rises, garden apartments, townhouses. etc. So what is a townhouse? Anybody know? Well, let me see if I got any pictures. Nope, I didn't add any pictures here. Let me see if I got any pictures set aside here. If I don't have the pictures, the townhouse is set aside.
It's like an attached, like it's almost like an attached single family house, right?
Well, it's yeah, it's multi-level attached housing. So you have multiple units attached to each other, but they're multi-level. You're not going to have anybody above you in a townhouse. Okay, your unit has multiple levels, and it's attached to another neighboring unit. Let me see. No, I don't think I have any pictures. I think I usually just go to the web browser. I pull up a web browser and just show you a bunch of pictures of townhouses. So let me just do a quick search and show you a bunch of images of townhouses. Okay. Okay, so here's a bunch of townhouses in New Jersey. I did a search for townhouses in New Jersey, and look, it's just a bunch of pictures of attached housing, multi-level. You know, you could see one next to the other, you know, in each building, right? They usually look the same, or maybe they'll have alternating patterns of the looks in between them. But look, the architectural style can, even though these are all townhouses, the looks of them can vary greatly too, right? Like sometimes you have alternating patterns, but they're usually, you're not going to see townhouses where one's yellow, one's red, one's green, one's blue. They're going to be maybe two alternating patterns or something like that, because they maintain their value better when there's uniformity. If you have all these other ones that they're different front steps, different porches, different colors of different, one has a different type of colored siding, different color roof, even shingles above each unit. Townhouses don't necessarily have to be condos, but townhouses can be condos. Condos is a form of ownership. It's fee simple ownership with a homeowners association, right? But you could have a townhouse that's just owned fee simple without a homeowners association. In that case, it's not going to be a condo. It could just be a townhouse, attached housing. Okay. And that's what these are here. I'm showing you a bunch of different townhouses, but look, that's definitely not a townhouse. Okay, now we're getting into some other stuff here with the imagery. All right, I don't want to get too confusing, but they could be, you could have condos that are high rises. You know, you could have penthouses. You know what a penthouse is? Like here's some high rises. Here, let me see. I know One Spring Street in New Brunswick. Let's see, One Spring Street, New Brunswick, New Jersey. I know that those. Here's a picture of One Spring Street in New Brunswick. Okay. You guys see this? This is the building right here. Okay, I've sold penthouse units here before. So this is the way the building looks from the ground, and then here's up above it. It's a town, you know, high rise right across the street from the train station. You have, you know, some got nice balconies. You got good views, overall views. Actually, you got better views than that. That's a little bit lower. You can have some very nice views. There's a roof with a jogging path and a gym and a pool on the roof. You know, you see some aerial photos from here. You got these balconies outside. Some pretty nice units there, you know. But they're kind of expensive too. I mean, you could find them. They probably went down a lot in price from when it was first built, but you know, here's the pool over here, the indoor pool that you could go to pretty much any time of the year because it's indoors on the roof. They got a gym there, key card access, security in the building, you know. But when you got a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom penthouse unit selling for $675,000, you know, some of the lower units you could get into probably a lot cheaper. I did a short sale on a 2-bedroom penthouse in this building. Guy bought it for $675,000. I sold it for $325,000 cash. So you could probably get into them more affordable still, but still, for me personally, I wouldn't pay $325,000 for for the luxury of being near downtown, unless people like city living and they like to be near the train or whatever, for whatever reason, just across the street from it. But I personally would rather have a house and a yard, you know, a little privacy. So for me, condominium living is not for me. But this is an example. These are all condos too. Condos can be high rises, they could be townhouses, they could be standalone homes, okay? The key there is that there's a homeowners association involved that manages the common area elements, that whether it's the gym, the pool, the grass, what have you, okay? And you got to follow their rules. Okay. Now, condos can be different architectural style. And when you pay your monthly fees go to pay to maintain the complex, but they also charge a little bit of extra. And that little bit of extra goes to a fund that they call a reserve fund. That reserve fund goes for emergencies and repairs. Let's just say that this winter we're going to have more snowfall than normal. Then the plowing costs are going to be substantially more from the landscapers, right? If we have to have more snow removal than normal, well, that would be covered by the reserves. Your reserves, if I don't know, that they got to replace the roof or the siding or something, well, the reserve fund can go into doing that if they needed to do it on an emergency basis, okay? So it's an amount of money saved up for emergencies and repairs, and that extra fee, that extra money to be built up is added into your monthly maintenance charge beyond what it costs to maintain the complex monthly. Now, if a complex is managed properly, you could take a look at their books and their budgeting. They should have at least 2 to 3 months operating expense for the entire complex saved up in their reserve account. So when you're buying in a condo complex, you're going to ask for a copy of their CC&Rs or their bylaws, however you want to refer to them as, their covenants, conditions, restrictions, and their bylaws. And you're going to want them to have their accountants prepare the last 2 to 3 years accounting statements for you. And if you could see that they are running deficient on their reserve account, I could almost guarantee you that your monthly maintenance fee is going to be going up there. Okay. And it's also a hint that the condo complex may be mismanaged. Okay. Just from my experience, I'm telling you, that's how you could tell. So look at that. I'm helping you guys become better agents. You already know a little bit about condos and what you need to look into when helping somebody purchase a condo. All right. Now, let's back it up a bit before we go on to the next slide. Let's do some highlighting here, shall we? Growth of condos and condominiums. Condominiums can actually be for residential, or you could also have commercial condos. Some of you may have a doctor, a dentist, a lawyer, that massage therapist, what have you. At their office space is in a condo. It's a lot cheaper than buying an individual building to own on your own. You're sharing those expenses with a lot of other property owners. So therefore, it's more affordable. So therefore, that kind of thing could also be more affordable to an individual who wants to own a home, who wants to get into ownership, but they can't afford a single standalone house structure because those are considerably even more costly. Okay, so condominium is another option. Plus, they get the added benefit that they could share in some expensive recreational facilities, like a fully decked out gym, an Olympic-sized swimming pool. I mean, how much would it cost to install these things in your single family house that you just bought? You know, but you may not have you may not be able to have the room or be able to afford such things, such luxuries. IMAX movie theaters I've seen in condo complexes too. Attendance halls where they could use them. You could reserve the attendance hall and rent it out and use it for your purpose for a party or what have you. I've seen condo complexes with those as well. So let's go down to the 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph. Nope, we're not going to highlight that. Go down to under condominium ownership. And under condominium ownership at the bottom of page 112, everybody there? Everybody with me? Condominium ownership, bottom of page
Yes,
112.
sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
Highlight the first sentence there, which is 2.5 lines. Buyers of a condominium receive a deed conveying fee simple ownership of 2 things: their living unit and the paint on the interior walls inward, and a proportionate undivided interest in the common area elements, which we read that on a previous slideshow too. Then on the next page, in the second paragraph, we're going to highlight owners are, however, bound by the bylaws of the homeowners association to which all will belong. We read that on that slide as well. And maybe I should just back up to that slide. Then we're going to highlight just below that, New Jersey law permits associations to enforce their rules by fining residents who fail to comply. Then go down 2 more lines under where it says common elements in bold. We're going to highlight may even be enforced by foreclosure. Bylaws also set up covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CC&Rs. Okay, so what you have highlighted there is, if I were just to read it all, what you have highlighted, owners are, however, bound by the bylaws of the homeowners association to which all will belong. And New Jersey law permits associations to enforce their rules by fining residents who fail to comply, and may even be enforced by foreclosure. Bylaws also set up covenants, conditions, and restrictions called CC&Rs. You see how I just had you highlight certain things, but when you read it all together, it tells you a nice little story. And it's exactly what I got written here on this slide too. So you could also study the slide, or you could study the what I had you highlight in the book here. And now under establishing a condominium, come on. All right, so under establishing a condominium, we're going to highlight in New Jersey, the creation of condominiums is regulated by the state's Horizontal Properties Act and the Condominium Act, just like I have here in this slide. Okay, so we already went over this slide too. So, but let me read over the actual details that they do. If you buy a property and you want to create a condo from scratch, you want to build a complex or structure and you want it to be a condo, you're going to do this. First, the owners of the property execute and record a master deed, and they file it in the public record in the county where the property is located. And many items have to be contained in or attached to that master deed, including a legal description of the land, the graphic description of the buildings, basically the drawings of the architectural drawings, and other improvements that may be added to the complex, which identifies each of the individual units by letter, name, number, or in some other way, specifies the percentage of the common area elements, if any, are to be included in each of the individual units' ownership, and a description of the common elements and a provision for association of unit owners and a list of the bylaws, at least the starting out list of the rules, the CC&Rs, the bylaws, that all the residents are going to have to obey. So this is what's required if you want to build a structure and have it be a condo. Now, is it possible that you could buy a building and convert it to a condominium? Yes, if you turn the page, they call it a condominium conversion. And we're going to put a highlighted box around this entire section, these 2 paragraphs here, titled Condominium Conversion on the top of page 114. And we're going to highlight the entire first paragraph here that says the landlord who desires to convert a rental apartment building into a condominium must obtain approval of the planned conversion by the state of New Jersey at least 3 years and 2 months before the conversion may begin. Then we're going to continue highlighting certain residents with disabilities and those aged 62 or older may not be evicted from a condominium conversion. Now, as you could see on the slide here, if they meet all of these following criteria, they cannot be evicted during a condominium conversion. And if they meet all these criteria, they could remain there as tenants for 40 more years without being evicted. If they're age 62 or older, or if certain persons with disabilities cannot be evicted. But they also had to have lived there for at least 2 years before the conversion began. And their income can be no more than 3 times their county's per capita income, or in any case, no more than $50,000 per year. If they meet all of those criteria, they could remain there as tenants for how much longer?
40 years.
40 years.
40 years.
40 years. And then you cannot evict them until they're 102. And then you're just a meanie. Right? I mean, 62 or older, right? They can remain as tenants for 40 years. You know, if they live that long, you know, what are you gonna do? Evict them when they're 102? Well,
That would be horrible.
that would be horrible. But I say that little story for a reason, because people tend to remember stories a little bit better. And now you could do the math. So if they give you any questions on exam and they ask, you know, how old, who's protected, who cannot be evicted, you know, because you could remain there for 40 years, right? So how old do you have to be if you're evicted at 102?
62.
62. Boom, simple math, right? So the stories, people tend to remember them a little bit better if I say that, you know, and then you can't be evicted till you're 102, and then you're just me, right? And now when I say that, hopefully that story, you know, yeah, you could evict them when they're 102. Well, if they're not for 40 years, then they were not 65, they were 62. Because sometimes there's a question as far as what's considered a senior. Is it 62 years of age or 65 years of age? And, you know, being a senior, it's always 62. You're always 62 years of age, unless you're trying to get some kind of benefit from the government. Then you're 65. We didn't get to that yet. When we start talking about taxes, you guys are going to see that. It's amazing. You know, you're considered a senior citizen when you're 62 years of age. For benefits purposes, for a lot of benefits. But when it comes to benefits from the government, receiving any kind of benefit from the government, reduction in taxes or anything like that, it's when you're 65 years of age or older. All right, so let's see. You need to know who cannot be evicted from a condominium conversion. All right. And this is pretty interesting though. You know, you could buy a 2-family house and convert it to a condo, or a 4-family. It doesn't have to just be an apartment complex with 100 units in it. You know, you could get a 2-family house and convert it to a condo where each unit has its own deed. Now, often banks consider duplexes condominium. You guys know what a duplex is?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a picture of a duplexes really quick. So here's a search I did just looking for duplex. I just typed in duplex in Google here, and here's a bunch of duplexes. A duplex is a 2-family house with side-by-side units, not over under. You see, these are different duplex. Here's a brick one, side-by-side units. Okay, you got this one has one entrance, and then when you go in, actually, this looks like one that may be upstairs, downstairs, but either way, a duplex, they're supposed to be side-by-side units. All right, so these ones with one entrance, though, they're usually one upstairs and one downstairs, and that's usually not a duplex. A duplex is 2 units side-by-side. It's not an over-under, which are the ones where you have one apartment upstairs and one downstairs. That's called an over-under, and the side-by-side units, those are duplexes. Okay, you see these? They're connected. They look like they're mirrored units, right? Each one has their own separate deed. You could have separate owners, one owner for this one owner for that unit, but it is one attached building. A lot of noise, hold on. But it is one attached, it is one building, but each one has separate deeded units. Sometimes you could buy these where there's one owner of both of them. But a lot of times these are already separately deeded and sold and owned separately. But look, don't they share a common roof? The common exterior? Who cuts the grass? Who shovels the snow? Can this be a condo?
Yes,
It could be, but they're usually not. Even though
well,
if you go to the bank to get a loan, they'll consider these condos unless you show otherwise that it's not. Okay, and that makes a
they
difference.
tore,
Go ahead.
near in my town, they tore down a huge one family house that has is sitting on a big lot, and they built like one of those, like the third picture.
Yep.
And I thought initially that they were like single family attached houses, and
Yeah.
no, they're listed as condos.
Yeah,
And it's only 2 units.
yeah, it could be. If it's a condo, you know what that means? It means that even though there's only 2 owners here, well, there's the person who sold it to them, there's a homeowners association and all that. Not usually the case. There's usually not a homeowners association, but they'll put together some sort of, even if it is a condo, and they did put it as a condo, which is not usual for a duplex for it to be considered a condo, but they'll put some kind of a rule in place or rule book in place on how both of these owners have to maintain and split costs and all that. But who's running this association? Both the owners. So it's kind of like a 2-family, right? Separate owners. All right. So but this is why banks, because they are attached, banks do consider them condos. And unless you show the bank in writing that this is not a condo, that there is no HOA association, it's not registered as a condo, then they need any condo complex needs to be approved by a bank before you could get an FHA loan. Okay. That's the Federal Housing Administration. All right, so cooperative ownership. Now this is a co-op. We went over condominiums. Now we're going to go over co-ops. There's some distinct differences between condos and co-ops that we're about to go over. With a cooperative, or co-op for short, title to the land is held by a corporation as the owner. So purchasers do not actually own real estate because the corporation owns the real estate. The individual unit owner owns stock in the corporation that owns the real estate. And stock is considered to be an intangible personal asset. So how do you get to live in one of the units if the corporation owns the real estate? Well, because you own the stock, they give you something that's called a proprietary lease. Proprietary is a custom word, is a fancy word for custom. So they give you a custom lease, which gives the tenant, stockholder, the right to occupy the unit that they're living in. Income tax advantages are identical to those for single-family homeowners and condo owners. Tenants can voice their opinions through the property management and control through their stock ownership. You could have a co-op complex that has 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedrooms. The way that I've seen it usually work is if you have a 1 bedroom, you have 1 vote on certain issues. If you have 2 bedroom, you have 2 votes, and 3 bedrooms, 3 votes, based on your monthly maintenance fees are going to also be higher the more bedrooms that you have. So maintenance fees usually much higher than condos in a cooperative. Why is that? Well, when you own a condominium, you usually get your own financing. So you have to pay your own mortgage loan bill. You get your own property tax bill. You got to pay your own water and sewage and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you pay a monthly maintenance charge to the condo association to maintain the complex. Now in co-ops, the maintenance fee is usually much higher because, well, first of all, it includes the mortgage. You don't own the property. It includes a mortgage fee that the corporation that owns the property may still have a mortgage that they're paying, a mortgage loan. You don't get a separate tax bill because you don't own real estate, but the corporation does, and the corporation collects those tax monies to be paid from individual unit owners, which they build into the monthly association fee, driving up that association fee more. The insurance for the entire complex, the exterior of the buildings itself, is included into the monthly maintenance fees, but it is in condos as well. Common area maintenance charges are included in there, just like with a condo. Sewer fees and water are put in there. Now, sometimes these can be in condos, but usually they're billed separately to the individual unit owner, where they get their own water bill, heating bills. A lot of times in co-ops, heat and hot water is usually included in your monthly maintenance charge, as well as it covers the trash and snow removal, just like with condos, okay? But you can see there's some things there. That's why the monthly maintenance charge is higher. That monthly HOA fee is higher in a co-op than it is in a condo. However, so what's the benefit of buying in a co-op? It's much cheaper. Downfall, you don't own real estate. You own stock in the corporation. And usually they do not allow co-op owners to rent out their units. They usually don't allow it. I'm not going to say always, because things happen. They could vary from complex to complex, but the majority of the time, if you own a co-op, you cannot rent out your unit. However, property values tend to be a lot more stable. So like when we had the property values skyrocketing and then sinking down, it didn't really affect co-op unit owners that much money, okay? But you're not going to buy a co-op to get rich, okay? You're not going to buy co-ops to fix and flip and rent, because they usually don't allow that. They're meant to be for owner occupants, okay? So co-op owners share the expenses. Usually there's one mortgage on the entire property, and the tenant shareholders share that expense in the monthly maintenance charge is built into, as well as the property taxes, because the corporation is the one that owns the property and gets billed for the taxes. Now, their bylaws require that each purchaser must be approved by the board of directors who manage the corporation. Who makes all the decisions in a corporation? A board of directors, right? So it's also the board of directors that manages the co-op ownership, the co-op complex. However, each of the individual stock shareholders can voice their opinions, though, to the board of directors, which is supposed to be looking out for the shareholders. So similar to the corporations, like in a standard business, right? Now, because you do not own real estate, though, or we'll get into this in a second. Now, usually there's a minimum FICO credit score requirement. 620 is pretty common if you want to buy in a co-op. Are there any credit score requirements to buy a condominium? The answer is no. You don't have to fill out any application and get approved by a board in order to buy in a condo. If you got the money to buy the unit, you buy the unit. They don't care about your credit score. They don't care about anything. Well, why do they care about that with a co-op ownership? Well, because if enough of the unit owners have poor credit, that means that they usually don't pay their bills on time. That means that if enough of the co-op owners who are not paying their monthly maintenance charge, which is used by the corporation to pay the property taxes and then maybe an underlying mortgage on the entire complex, then the entire complex could get foreclosed upon. So even your neighbor who has been paying their bills can be negatively affected. So for this reason, usually the board of directors in a co-op will not allow a unit to be sold to somebody unless they fill out an application and their credit history shows that they have a minimum credit score of 620, because they're looking out for the unit owners there to make sure that they don't get negatively affected. Because if enough of the unit owners are not paying their monthly maintenance charge, the co-op is going to try to prevent foreclosure. the way that they're going to do that is they're going to jack up the monthly maintenance fees even higher so that your neighbors then can pick up the slack of you who had not been paying the bill, because they don't want to risk foreclosure of the entire complex. Okay. So most co-ops do not permit renting, because if there's too many rental units, they may have difficulty obtaining financing. People may obtain difficulty obtaining financing to purchase a unit there. Let me ask you a question. Can you get a mortgage loan to buy a co-op?
No.
Yes.
Answer is no.
What do you get then?
You use cash or personal loan. What is a mortgage? What does the word mortgage mean?
Promise to
What
pay
is the-
back.
Huh? Say it again.
Is it the promise to pay back?
It's a promise to pay. Who are you making the promise to pay to?
The mortgagor, mortgagor.
No, you're the mortgagor.
Mortgagee.
Oh, no,
Mortgagor is the one who
Mortgagee.
gives the promise.
Oh, that's right. Mortgagee.
Mortgagee.
Okay, well, who's the mortgagee? Forget about the terminology. I want you guys just to talk in regular English now. You know, you go get a mortgage
lender.
loan. A mortgage is a promise to pay. Who are you making the promise to? Who are you giving that promise to as a mortgagor?
To the lender, like he said.
To the
The
lender.
lender.
To the lender. Okay, so, and what is the promise that is being given? The promise that you're making is, hey, lender, if you lend me your money, I will repay it according to the terms in the note. And in the event that I default, you can foreclose on me to regain ownership of the property and sell it at auction to get back your money. This is why you cannot get a mortgage loan to buy a co-op, because you do not own the unit. You own stock in a corporation that does. So you can't be making a promise that, hey, I'll pay you back, and if I don't, you could foreclose on me and take ownership of the property, because I don't own the property. I own stock in a corporation that owns the property. Got it?
So when people get financing for co-ops, personal financing, is that a technically personal loan? They're not pledging the stock?
Well, they are, but the stock is not ownership of real estate. It's just,
But it's, okay.
look, could you go get could you get a mortgage loan to buy stock in Tesla or Amazon or Google?
No.
No.
Right, no.
Why not? Because it's not, there's no real estate to put up as collateral. You're just buying stock in a company. And this is the same thing. You're buying stock in a company that owns real estate. But in return, the agreement is that when you buy the stock, that company is giving you a custom lease called a proprietary lease that gives you the right to occupy a unit that you're going to be living in. That's what you're getting in return for the stock. The stock's not paying out dividends for you as profits. Like if you bought stock in Amazon or Google, they're paying out dividends to you. Here, you're not getting dividend. Your dividend is you get to live in a unit.
Okay, let me ask a question, just so I'm making sure I'm clear. So say you have the cash up front.
Yep.
You have the cash up front, you pay for this co-op, right?
Right.
But you're still making monthly payments to
Well,
live here?
Well, you're
For
making
the fees and stuff?
the monthly payments are going for the maintenance fees
Okay.
to cut the grass, to maintain the pool, the common area elements. But look, the co-op, the corporation that owns the property may still have a mortgage bill themselves for the entire property, and they get tax bills. Because you don't own real estate, you know, those corporations still need to pay those bills. So how are they going to pay them? They're going to bill them into your monthly maintenance charge. That's why the monthly maintenance charge is usually significantly higher on a co-op than it is on a condo.
Gotcha.
So for instance, let me give you an example of like your standard 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath condo in Edison. I'm not talking about the high-end ones or the low-end ones, just your standard condo, maybe in Edison, 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath. It's probably going to go for maybe about $250,000, right? your monthly maintenance charge, I'm gonna say, is maybe anywhere between $75 to $150 a month.
Mhm.
Whereas if you have that same 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath co-op in Edison,
Mhm.
you could actually buy it for between $45,000 to $65,000.
Okay.
But if you have a 2-bedroom one, your monthly maintenance charge is going to be about $450, $500 a month.
Okay.
Okay, because it includes your heat, hot water,
Mhm.
things that if you own a condo, well, that's a separate bill that you'll get from, the utility company.
Right.
So that you still have to pay. So co-op ownership is a way for you to get involved in housing very
Mhm.
cheaply.
Mhm.
Now some people's wheels may be spinning. Well, I could probably buy several co-ops for what you could buy one condo for. How about I just buy a bunch of them then and rent them out?
But you can't rent them out.
Because most of them have a rule that you can't rent them out because they don't want that happening. Because who takes better care of a unit, the owner themselves or a renter?
The owner.
The owner.
So they don't want the complex going to crap because you got a bunch of renters who really don't give a crap about the complex, right? They're like, oh, that's the owner's problem. I don't care. Because that's the attitude that renters.
Are you allowed to make alterations in this unit?
Yes, you could do upgrades and all that stuff. Yes, because everything works the same as if you were the owner of a condo, except technically you're not the owner of real estate, but pretty much everything else works the same other than the financing and the technicalities of what it is that you actually own. Okay. Now you
Okay, I
need to know the
understand.
difference between a condo and a co-op for exam. School exam, state exam, they usually give you a question, which one of these is or is not a form of ownership of real estate? Okay, I'm just gonna mute somebody. Sounds like somebody's shuffling around paper or banging on a stapler or something there, so let me mute you. You have to understand the difference between a condo and a co-op. Which one is a form of ownership of real estate? Condo. Co-op, do you own real estate when you own co-op?
No.
What do you
No.
own?
Stock in a company.
Stock in a company that owns the real estate. So how do you get to live in the unit that you're living in?
You buy stock
Sign a
in that.
proprietary lease.
You sign a proprietary
okay.
lease. You get a proprietary lease from the corporation that allows you to occupy the unit that you're living in. Boom, right? The proprietary lease. Okay. So as long as you understand that, you'll know what you need to know for exam. Now, most do not permit renting because if too many rental units are there, then they may have trouble obtaining financing. Now, there is an exception that went into New Jersey law that allows rental of units if there's 10 or more units in a complex. If the owner has tried to sell their unit for at least 4 months at a price no greater than what they purchased it for, and they're unable to sell it, then they're allowed to rent it. That's a law in New Jersey. All right. Now, because co-ops are so cheap, by comparison to condos, I mean, you could find a very expensive co-ops. Look at New York City. You could find them, they're millions of dollars, but you don't actually own the real estate. If you were actually to own the condo there, it would be even that much more. Okay. But when I sell co-ops, can I prepare the contract to sell a co-op in real estate?
No,
No.
Why not?
because it's a corporation.
What kind of properties can licensees prepare sales contracts for?
Real and personal property.
Commercial property.
No, real estate. Residential property, 1 to 4 family residential properties. We can prepare the sales contracts on residential 1 to 4 family units. Now, we do not prepare commercial contracts for sale or for lease, and we do not actually prepare the contract for co-ops, because what are you selling when you're selling a co-op?
Stock.
Selling stock in a corporation. So this must be prepared by attorneys as well. But we can sell the units. We just don't prepare the contracts for it. Okay. And my experience, most attorneys, they don't even prepare these contracts from scratch. They steal it from the New York Housing Authority, that they have a contract there because co-ops are so common in New York. It even says New York City Housing Authority co-op ownership sales contract, you know, and then the attorneys just fill in the blank lines on it to sell it in New Jersey, you know.
Can you explain that exception one more time? Is it 10 units need to be?
If the complex has at least 10 units in it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So then if you try selling your unit that you own, or you've been trying to sell it for the last 4 months at a price no greater than what you bought it for. In other words, you're not trying to make money off of it, doubling the price on there. You're trying to sell it no greater than the amount that you bought it for, and you're unable to sell it. Then they'll allow you to rent it out. Now, some complex may allow you to rent your units. The majority of them, however, do not. Okay.
If you are able to rent it out, and since you weren't able to sell it, are you responsible for what occurs?
Well, yeah, it's your unit.
Right. Okay.
Now, long-term stability of tenants is common. Financing the purchase is done through a cash purchase or personal loan, not using a mortgage loan. And look, if the co-op is too cheap, though, you're going to need cash because you may not even be able to get a loan to purchase a co-op if it's too cheap. Okay. Now, real estate agents cannot prepare contracts to sell cooperatives. They must be prepared by attorneys. You're selling stock, not real estates. Got to remember that. And usually when I sell a co-op, I jack up my commission fee. Me personally, I would charge a higher amount, maybe 8 to 10% commission is not uncommon to sell a co-op. Why? Because they're a lot cheaper than real estate. How much money are you going to be making off the damn thing? You know? And I gave you a real example in Edison. You could get a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom co-op. And if you were to look at the complex or the building, the unit inside, you can't tell the difference between whether it's a co-op or a condo. What lies in the difference is the form of ownership and what it is that you actually own. So imagine that in Edison, you could either pay $250,000 to have a place to live, or you could have another place that's exactly the same. But you don't own the real estate, you own stock in the corporation and blah, 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 but you're living there, you got a place to live that's exactly the same, but you only pay $55,000 or $65,000 for the place instead. Is it worth it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, hell yeah. A lot cheaper cost to have the same thing. Look, right behind Edison Diner on your way into New Brunswick, right off of Route 1, there's a complex back there with hundreds of units. Those are co-ops. Where Menlo Park Mall is. You guys know where Panera Bread is?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, right across the street from Panera Bread, not across on Route 1, but across the street from Panera Bread on that same side of the highway, there's a 7-Eleven there in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
That side street, if you were to drive down that side street where the 7-Eleven is, there's a gate at the end of the street. That gate, there's a passcode you got to put in there, and then the gate opens up and you go in. That's a co-op complex, and there's hundreds of units back there. You would never guess, down this street, it's all unassuming, but there's actually a co-op complex down there with hundreds of units. All right, so what's the difference between condo and co-op? I put together this little chart. This is not in the book. I put together this chart for you just to give you a little breakdown, visualization, if you will. Condo versus a co-op. Do you own real estate with a condo? Yes. Do you own it with a co-op? No, you own stock and you get a lease. Do you get a mortgage bill with a condo? Yes. Co-ops? No. You can't get a mortgage loan. It has to be a personal loan or cash purchase, right? Do you get a tax bill, property tax bill with condos? Yes. Co-ops? No, because you don't own the property. It's built into your monthly maintenance charge, though. Do you have a monthly HOA fee with a condo? Yes. But that co-op fee is much higher in co-ops because they build in those taxes and maybe a mortgage if they if the corporation still has a bill on a mortgage on the underlying property. Do you have to fill out an HOA application to get approved in order to buy in a condo? No. In a co-op, yes. Do you have to have a minimum credit score requirement to buy a condo? No. In a co-op, yes. What's that credit score minimum?
620.
620. Management in a condo is done by an HOA. In a co-op, board of directors manage corporations, right? Insurance fee is built into your monthly HOA. No, a little bit different here. Insurance fee is paid by the unit owner. You have to get your own homeowner's insurance if you own a condo to insure your belongings inside. If you own a co-op, you get renter's insurance. Now, can it be rented out? The condo? Yes, you don't need you don't need the HOA's approval to rent out your unit. In a co-op, you may not be able to rent it out, except with this exception down here. You see I put the little asterisk there, and here's the little thing about 10 units and selling it for no more than what you purchased it for, okay? Income tax advantages are identical for both. And can an owner be affected by the neighbors if they don't pay their monthly HOA fees? In a condo, no. If you don't pay your monthly HOA fee, you could get foreclosed on, but it doesn't affect your neighbor. You get your own tax bill and all that. In a co-op, yes, because if enough people don't pay their monthly maintenance fees, the corporation may not be getting enough money to pay their mortgage and tax bills. So it could affect them. So what's the difference between a condominium and a townhouse? Condo is a form of ownership. Townhouse is an architectural style. Okay, so condo is a form of ownership that has an HOA in charge of maintenance and the common area elements and creating those rules that are called CC&Rs or that set them up in the bylaws, the covenants, conditions, and restrictions that all must follow. Townhouse, however, is an architectural style. So condo is a form of ownership. Townhouse is an architectural style. It is not a form of ownership. Often townhouses are condos. Often townhouses are condos. Townhouse is an architectural style. Condo is a form of ownership where you have the HOA, the homeowners association, maintaining the exterior of the property, basically, right? And the common area elements. Townhouse, what is a townhouse? It's a multi-level attached housing that shares a common party wall that separates the two units from the left and the right, right? Townhouses can also be condominiums. It's important to understand that, but they don't need to be. They usually are, but they aren't always. I get people sometimes, they call up, say, yeah, I want a townhouse, but I don't want a condo. I don't want to have to worry about cutting the grass or worrying about the shoveling snow. And I'm like, okay, hold on a second. So you do want a townhouse that is a condo. See, sometimes people, when they call up and they say that, they're basically talking about the architectural style. I want a townhouse, but I don't want a condo. When they say that, they're often thinking about the garden style apartments or the high-rise apartments, or one where you got 4 walls and you can have somebody living above you or below you as well. They don't want that type of architectural style. They want to have attached housing where you own the multi-level unit, but there's nobody above you or below you. That's what they mean when they usually call up and say, I'm on a townhouse, but I don't want a condo. But then they go on to describe how they don't want to maintain the exterior of the building. Well, then that means you want a townhouse that is a condo. But what the general public gets confused about is what a condo is. It's the form of ownership where you have a HOA that maintains the exterior, whereas the townhouse is just an architectural style. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
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 Okay, good. So that's basically what this whole thing goes into. And you'll get an exam question on that because it's a common thing that people don't understand in the general public. Okay, they get the two confused between a condo and townhouse. Condo is a form of ownership. Townhouse is an architectural style. Often townhouses are also condos. Which one of these is not a form of ownership? Fee simple, condominium, townhouse, co-op.
Co-op.
Co-op. Boom. Or how about this? Which one of the, we'll ask it again in a moment. All right. So townhouses, again, I go over all that here again. And timeshares or time sharing is ownership of real estate. So on page 115, actually, let's get caught up on the highlights where we are right now. So under co-op ownership on page 114, everybody there?
Yes.
First paragraph, last sentence, highlight, each purchaser of an apartment in the building receives stock in a corporation and a proprietary lease, which gives the purchaser the right to occupy their apartment. Skip the following paragraph, and then the next paragraph, the third paragraph, a couple words in the first line, we're going to highlight co-op owners do not actually own real estate. They own stock, which is considered personal property. And what kind of asset, by the way? It's an intangible or incorporeal asset. Because stock talks about somebody's rights, and you cannot touch a right. It's an intangible or incorporeal, intangible personal property. All right. Go down to the next paragraph and you see where it says reserves in bold. I want you to highlight that line. Accumulation of substantial funds of reserves for future repairs and emergency payments. That actually defines reserves, except the word reserves, if you were to put it in front of the sentence, reserves, an accumulation of substantial funds for future repairs and emergency payments, right? The next paragraph, few words in after the comma, highlight the owner of a co-op has all the income tax advantages of an owner of a single family home. And then the next paragraph, just highlight many co-ops do not permit rentals. Okay. Now, co-op owners get the same tax benefits as, when it comes to tax filing time, they get the same tax benefits as homeowners as well. They could deduct the interests on the interest charges on their loan to finance the purchase. They could also deduct a portion of their monthly maintenance charge, which attributed to going towards property taxes. Now, townhouses, we're going to highlight the term townhouse is used to describe an architectural style. This is on the next page. The term townhouse is used to describe an architectural style. What is it? It's multi-level attached housing.
Where's that? I'm sorry.
At page 115, first line. A term townhouse is used to describe an architectural style.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
On the rest of that paragraph, which says architectural style in which buildings share a party wall. For a townhouse, does it have to be like a very strong party wall? Because it's typically, I think, I've seen like,
Well-
just wood beams and sheetrock.
Well, a party wall is just a wall that separates two units. Doesn't
It's
need
the
to,
same as
it
like
doesn't
the
need to
ones
be
in
made
between
out of,
bedrooms.
it doesn't matter what it's made out of. It could be sheetrock, it could be made of stone, it could be made out of brick, it doesn't matter what the construction material is. It's a wall. Doesn't matter what it's made of that separates two units.
Okay.
Now, time sharing, highlight the title, time sharing, and right next to that title is ownership of real estate. Time sharing is ownership of real estate. You guys remember this from chapter 1, what a timeshare is? We spoke about it a little bit. Sometimes you could buy a timeshare. Often they sell these at vacation destination resorts where you could buy a condominium at a vacation hotspot in Orlando, Florida, or Las Vegas, or wherever it is, right? You could buy a timeshare. Basically, you would own 1 week out of the year of a condo. Sure, sometimes they have 2-week or month-long ownerships, but typically it's you own 1 week out of the year. And how many weeks are there in a year? Was it 52 weeks in the year?
52.
Yeah.
So you would be the owner of week 27, for example, of the year. So you would have a list of, the numbered weeks. You would own a certain week. You may be able to, often these places that sell timeshares are corporations, and they usually own many different timeshare complexes. And so sometimes they have them where you could trade from this one to that one this year. You don't want to stay at this one here. You want to instead go visit the one in Hawaii. So they have different tier rankings too on the values of them and which ones are apples to apples on the sharing and trading. But in order to own a timeshare, you do own real estate. You own it for 1 week out of the year, and you share the expenses, the mortgage you have to pay, but you share the monthly maintenance charges and the taxes on that property with 51 other owners. All right, but it is ownership. You do own real estate. So which one of these is not a form of ownership? Condo,
Co-op.
timeshare, townhouse, or fee simple?
Be simple.
Townhouse, because it describes the architectural style.
Townhouse, because townhouse is an architectural style. Which one of these is not a form of ownership?
Oh, I missed the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I changed it up. I didn't give the same question as I gave before. I gave different answer options this time. That's right. So let's see. So here's another one. Which one of these is not a form of ownership? Condo, timeshare, fee simple, condo, timeshare, fee simple, or co-op.
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 Co-op. There we go. Good. You guys are getting it. Now you got to study it to remember it. I did my job because you understand it. Now you got to do your job and take those notes and study them to remember all this crap. Okay? So timeshare, once again, is ownership. It could be 1 week, 2 week, a month, etc. I've even seen timeshares of selling cabins on cruise ships. You could own a cabin on a cruise ship with 50, well, not 52, it's usually 12, because they usually go for 1 month at a time. Ship's not always out. Sometimes it's at port. Okay, so we're done with that chapter. Let's do the, oh wait. let's finish up with the slideshow I have though, because my slideshow goes on a little bit. Here's some few common architectural styles that you guys should be aware of, okay? I'm trying to put together my own architectural style guide, but look, the Realtors Association has put on the realtor.org website, there's an architectural style guide here for you guys. It's not that great, but it's better than nothing. You should be familiar with common architectural styles. And here are some common ones. Cape Cod style home, colonials, Victorians, ranch, a raised ranch. You guys know the difference between a ranch and a raised ranch?
No.
A raised ranch style house is a one-level home. Sometimes it could have a basement, but it doesn't have to always. A raised ranch is a ranch where the entire basement is not below ground. It may be raised up a little bit, partially below ground. And sometimes they have garages that go beneath the ground as well. Let me just give you some pictures of this really quick. Let me look up a picture of a raised ranch for you.
So like a split level?
No, when I show you the picture, you'll understand it a little bit better. A raised ranch is a single family house. So it's not, oh wait, no, split level is split. Here, let me show you split level. So let me see. So in a split level style house,
Yeah, that's split level.
yeah, let me try to find more images here.
The blue house.
In a split
the
level
left.
style house, well, a lot of these could be split levels. It's kind of difficult to tell from the outside in some of these. Even though this one here looks like it's a raised ranch, it could be a little bit difficult to tell from the outside. Once you get inside, usually you'll have one stairwell that goes to the basement, another one that goes up to the living area, and then there's going to be there's a lot of different stairwells throughout the house that go up, down. Like, they're not large stairwells, they're usually short, a couple stairs here, a couple stairs there. You go up to this level, you go down to this level. The levels are split. There's no, the levels are not usually common. There's many different split levels within it. Let me see if the interior of a split level here. Let me click, see if you can see this. You see this, how there's like little stairwells going up and then another one going down. This is a split level. They have a lot of different stairwells like this. A couple steps to go down into this room, a couple steps to go up to that room. There's stairs all over the house. Split levels are not good for people who have trouble climbing stairs. A ranch style house would be better for them. In a ranch style house, it's a single level home. Single level home. Single level home. Now, you could have a raised ranch. In a raised ranch style home, see how you could have the garage beneath the house? But look at the basement level. The basement level has windows above ground level. So it's a single story house that the basement is not entirely below ground. It could be because the ground is raised over here in front of the house, so it's partially below ground. See this? Look at all of them. You see them? There's windows above the ground level. You see that? Here's the one. It's a single level house. You got a garage under it. There's the basement is raised up. The basement is not completely below ground. That is a raised ranch style house. And you have a lot of different looks to the raised ranch right here that I'm showing you in one section here. But these are all raised ranches. This is a single level house for the living area. This is the basement that's actually above ground. See, this one actually has a lot of steps. So this one wouldn't be good for somebody with trouble walking, okay? Raised ranches usually don't have a lot of stairs. They may have a couple, but they don't have a lot. And that's usually on the exterior. But once you get inside the house, you're on one level. Okay. That's a raised ranch. Bungalow style houses, split levels, Tudors. What is a Tudor? A Tudor is usually having a lot of sharp angles to it, to the roof, to the peaks. Whoop, spelt it wrong. Tudor. So, and they usually got this this decorative design on the exterior, but you see that there's a lot of sharp peaks to the roof of the house. It looks kind of foreign looking, doesn't it? Looks like a chalet of sorts, right?
Yeah, that's very nice, actually.
Yeah. Well, you see a lot of these in Westfield. Some places within Union, they have these. It looks nice from the exterior, but it's an awkward layout inside the house if it's a small one. See these larger ones where the roof is well up high? Well, you know what though? Go into this room on the second floor. You know, you got all these peaks like this, you know, you're gonna be banging your head against the walls because the layout, even though it looks very nice, the layouts inside are kind of difficult. Like this one is maybe a more modern one where your rooms are probably squarer roofs to it, but it still has the sharp peak. It really depends on the size of the house. Like this one right here is a common one we'd maybe see in this area. It's kind of your small average size house, but small to average size house. But you see these peaks inside when you're climbing stairs, or if that's a bedroom in there with peaks like that. It's an
We cannot see the images.
You don't see any of the okay.
No, there you go.
Here's one that like the small to medium size. This one's kind of like an awkward kind of a layout to it. Whereas you may have the more modern one that I was speaking of. Oh, I lost it. Let me see if I could close this out and find it again. I mean, some of these are huge, you know, but that we're looking at here. And a lot of these are probably foreign. Because these are the smaller ones, like I'm showing you, they're the ones that are more common that we may find here. Some of these ones are like palatial in size, you know, so foreign, you know, for that the decorative look to it looks very nice, but the usefulness of it and the layout of the houses on the inside on the smaller to average size ones are kind of inconvenient with the roofs on the inside. Even though they look stunning on the outside, the inside they could be a pain unless the house is very large. You know, see these ones probably not so bad because look at the living area, it's probably a square roof here, so you got a flat roof on the inside of the room. You know, but if that's a room inside up here, well, that's a different story. You know, not as much usable space. All right, go back to the slideshow. So we got contemporary bi-level. You know what a bi-level house is? Bi means two level, sitting on a concrete slab with no basement. That's a bi-level house. You have a 2-level house sitting on a concrete slab with no basement. A duplex is a 2-family side-by-side units. Over under is one above the other. Okay. Then we start getting into Art Deco, Craftsman, Salt Box. These ones are not as common, although Federal and Georgian, some of these you may see from time to time. Queen Anne, you may see. I've seen these in Rahway, you know. But the one on these ones on the left are probably the most common ones that we come across here in New Jersey. Although sometimes you see some of these others. And here, if I go to this guide that I have built onto the slideshow here, we'll show you some of the features. Now let me go to the web browser and you can see some of the features on the Realtor's website. I can't stress how important it is for you guys, not for exam purposes, but just for real life to understand architectural styles. Because when we get listings, that's one of the required features for us to put into the listing is what architectural style of house is it? Because sometimes people look for homes or exclude homes of certain architectural styles. Okay. Art Deco, bungalow, Cape Cod, although Cape Cod has several different styles. Cape Cods usually have living space as well as sleeping quarters on the first floor and sleeping quarters on the second floor as well. Colonial, and they could have attached garage, built-in garage, you know, or it could be detached. They usually have a basement as well. A colonial style house is usually a 2-level house that has all the living space on the first floor, meaning living room, dining room, kitchen, etc., and all the sleeping quarters are in the second level. You usually don't find any bedrooms on the first floor of a colonial home. Although newer construction designs are seeing that sometimes we have relatives that can't climb stairs very well, so they're starting to build this extra room that you could use as a office or a bedroom on the first floor as well in the modern colonials. You know the difference between a colonial and a Victorian? Let's take a look at a Victorian. Here's a Victorian style home. Well, this isn't exactly a great depiction of it though. Victorian style homes are usually very decorative on the internal. They're from the Victorian era. The room sizes are usually much larger. They have fireplaces, just like colonials usually do, but not always. Victorians usually have wraparound porches around the entire home, whereas a colonial may have a porch on the front. Victorian, the porch may wrap around the entire home. They have very ornate features and decoration of the woodworking within the home as well. Split level, I told you that all the levels, there's many stairs inside. You know, you split, you walk from one room to the next, or you're going to a different level within the house. Ranch is a 1-level house. Raised ranch, the basement's actually partially below the ground, partially above. Duplex, side-by-side unit, bi-level, 2-story concrete slab, no basement. Okay, got to understand just the basic ones. Okay, and then in here they actually even go over structural elements, which is interesting. You know, like what do you call the windows with these different shapes? Okay, here's some different shapes that they give you. The different types of columns. Dormers on roofs. What are the different architectural type styles of dormers? Here's some of the ornate molding styles. You don't really need to get into knowing all that stuff unless you're getting in construction, but the architectural styles you really should know. And if you click on one, then it gives you a little more detail about it. Okay. Colonials are common here in New Jersey as well as Cape Cods and bi-levels and such. All right, so, you know, even though this is in the slideshow, I'm going to take this link and I'm going to send it to everybody in the chat window too. All right. Then we go back to the slideshow, and I believe that would be the end of it. Yep. So let's do the key terms to review here in chapter 7. So the key terms to review. Let me close this out, and then we're going to take a break, our lunch break. All right. So key terms 1, page 117. Owners free to devise property to any heir. Owners. That sounds like it's plural to me.
Devisee.
Owners. What do you call owners?
Oh,
that are free to
is it
devise their property to any heir. That they're allowed.
Tenants in common? Tenants in common?
11 is A, tenants in common. Tenants in common means more than one owner that can leave their property in a will to heirs. 11 is A, tenants in common. A legal entity considered to be an artificial person for taxation.
Corporation?
Corporation.
Corporation?
Correct. A business owned by one person or entity.
Sole proprietorship?
Sole proprietor.
9 is C, 9 is E, I'm sorry. Oh, wait a minute. 9 is C, that was right, sole proprietorship. Court ordered sale and division.
Partition.
Partition.
6 is D, and that's also a form of involuntary alienation. So 6 is D, partition. Process by which co-owners, or no, I'm sorry, process by which co-owner automatically receives share of the co-owner who dies.
Right of survivorship.
Right of survivorship.
8 is E, the right of survivorship. That's the process. Group with each partner completely liable.
General partnership.
General
Partnership.
partnership.
3 is F, general partnership. Co-owners join together to carry on a business.
Joint tenancy?
To carry on a business.
Oh, okay.
Limited partnership.
Partnership.
Simply a partnership. They don't tell you what their involvement is. They just say co-owners to carry on a business. If you have more than one owner, you have a partnership of a business, right? 7 is G. Non-married person with the right of survivorship.
Joint tenancy.
Their joint tenancy. 4 is H. Person named in a will to inherit real estate.
Devisee.
Devisee.
2 is I, devisee. Group with only general partner fully liable. You have other partners that aren't.
Limited
Limited
partnership.
Limited partnership.
5 is J, limited partnership. Ownership, another word for ownership.
Title.
Title.
13 is K. Real estate ownership by only one.
Tenancy
By the entirety.
entirety. No, sorry, in severalty.
In severalty, your interests are severed from all others. So 12 is L. Special ownership by married couples.
That's the entirety. Tenancy
That's
entirety.
tenancy by the entirety. The couple entirely owns the property together. Right, key terms 2. All owners in one condominium complex are called
Homeowners
part of
Association.
the homeowners association, to which all will belong. 6 is A, the homeowners association. Regulates the creation of condominiums. What regulates the creation of condos?
Horizontal
Down
property.
to
tax.
property act.
7 is B, horizontal properties act. Apartment house changed to condos.
Conversion.
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 Yep, 4 is C, conversion. An architectural term.
Townhouse.
Townhouse.
11 is D, townhouse. Apartment whose buyer receives a proprietary lease and stock in a corporation.
Cooperative.
Cooperative.
The co-op, yep. Co-op owners right to the apartment. What gives them the right to occupy that space?
Proprietary.
Proprietary lease.
8 is F, correct. A group elected to manage a cooperative.
Board of
Board of
directors.
directors.
1 is G. Fee simple ownership of a living unit.
Condominium.
Condominium.
3 is H, correct. Money set aside for future repairs.
Reserve.
Reserves.
9 is I. Ownership for part of a year.
Time
Timeshare.
sharing.
10 is J. And stairwells, roof, etc. that are owned by all.
Common
Common
element.
Elements.
They're common elements to the K. Real estate taxes, chapter 8. At the end of this chapter, we're going to learn a lot about taxes, okay? Difference between the general real estate tax, special assessments, learn about the taxation process. A lot of exciting stuff. Ugh. Taxation is the power of the state and local governments to impose and levy taxes to fund the operation of government. There's tax liens have priority over all other liens on properties. And there's 2 classifications. There's 2 types of property taxes. There's the general real estate tax, which we refer to as the ad valorem tax. And the ad valorem tax is Latin. It means according to value. And that's what that tax is based on, the value of the property. And then we have a special assessment tax, which is an improvement tax, but not for improvements that the homeowner does to their property. The special assessment tax is an improvement tax for work the municipality wants to do that would benefit the homeowners in a certain area. They could impose a special assessment tax on them to fund whatever pet project they want to do for improving that local community. So ad valorem, like I said, is Latin. It means according to value, and it's based on the value of the property that's being taxed. This is the property tax, the general real estate property tax that everybody who owns real estate has to pay. Once again, it's to fund the operation of governmental agencies. Certain residents can take annual deductions on their property from their property taxes, which we're going to go over those. And certain real estate is exempt from real estate taxation altogether. Let's highlight on the first page, 121, first page of chapter 8. At the end of the last sentence there, annual taxes levied on real estate usually have priority over other previously recorded liens. And then we're going to highlight two types of property taxes. We're going to highlight the general real estate tax or ad valorem tax and the special assessment or improvement tax. And then we turn the page. And on the next page, we're going to highlight underneath the bulleted list that says what the taxes go towards. Taxes go to the state, the counties, the municipalities, paying for the school districts, local public elementary and high schools, publicly funded junior colleges and community colleges, and some of them don't even need the money. Hell, even Princeton gets money from the taxpayer, which is a joke because they have one of the largest endowments in a huge excess. So I don't know why they're still collecting taxpayer dollars. And a lot of these colleges, and not just colleges, but also the local municipalities, you know, they waste money like it's going out of style. You know, if anybody here is a teacher or ever was or related to one, you know that those teachers sometimes get a budget that they need to spend the money. They get spending cards for materials that they need to get for their classes, and they get in trouble if they don't actually spend all of that money, because if they don't spend it all, then they're not going to get it allocated in next year's budget. So this is all stuff that contributes to driving up our property taxes. If they need that, spend that money on materials and spend it. But if they don't need it, don't force them to, because by forcing to, you're just keeping our property taxes up. Just because you want to have that kind of money allocated next year as well. You see some colleges, even including the community colleges, you know, you see we have Rutgers College. They get a lot of money from the state. They waste money like it's going out of style, 100 grand or several hundred grand on a decorative wall waterfall in an entrance in a lobby. You know, these are the kind of things that they blow money on, because if they blow it away, then they could tell the state that they need even more money next year. And how this money constantly gets spent and wasted is unbelievable. But yet it's a political issue. One side of the aisle says it should be in the classroom. The other says if you're against money for education, you don't want the kids to learn and you're a mean person, right? We hear these arguments every election year, every time when they want to raise taxes. This is what we hear constantly, right? I don't care what your political views are. You got to realize nothing is for free. It comes from our taxpayer dollars, and every giveaway or benefit that somebody's proposing and whatever excuses they give you of why it's needed or should be given, and they're pulling on someone's heartstrings to pay for it, it's got to come from somewhere. And you know who's paying for it? You are, the taxpayer. So highlight ad valorem is Latin for according to value underneath that bulleted list. Now, additional places where that money goes to is to park districts and forest preserves and recreation districts. It goes to fund water, sanitary, and drainage districts too. Now, tax benefits are available to the following. Seniors 65 or older. Remember in just the last chapter, we were talking about seniors and how old are you in order to be considered a senior citizen? 62? Then how,
62.
then how come over here when it comes to getting a tax break, you're considered a senior when you're 65?
Because it's dealing with the government.
Now you guys are starting to catch on how their game is played, right? Like, you're entitled to benefits unless you're taking it away from our spending, right? If you're going to get a tax break and you don't want to pay taxes, you know, politicians don't want that. So you got to be older before they start lowering any tax benefit or tax amounts that you qualify to not have to pay, right? So seniors 65 or older who meet income and residency requirements. You're a resident of the state. It's your primary residence. You could get an annual tax deduction of up to $250. Now, that's a big savings, huh? They're very generous there, especially when every year they probably raise your taxes by more than that. Veterans, honorably discharged veterans, that is, with service-connected wounds or disabilities, or actually any veteran for that matter, and their unmarried surviving spouses are also qualify for tax deductions of up to $250. Now, if you're a 100% disabled veteran, you can get a total tax exemption you could qualify for where you pay no property taxes. Now, Senior Freeze Program, there is available for property tax relief for senior citizens who may no longer be working. They're retired, and unless they got a huge retirement plan and nest egg to live on, I don't see how the hell you could afford to just pay the taxes to continue living in New Jersey, let alone any other expenses for that matter, right? So for that reason, they give a senior freeze program. Now, of course, none of this, I mean, any bit will help a senior, but a lot of this stuff is kind of a joke. Anyway, senior freeze program, or what they call now the PTR program, the property tax relief program, is for people who are 65 years of age or older who meet certain income requirements. Now, in recent years, those income requirements ranged anywhere from 78 to 92,000 a year. I think recently it was 92,000. As long as the senior's income is below $92,000 a year, they qualify for a senior freeze for their primary residence, not for income properties they have, but for their primary residence, not for investment properties, but for their primary residence. They can have their taxes, their property taxes, frozen so that when property taxes go up again, and they always do, that their taxes will be frozen at a certain amount. For instance, if your property taxes are $9,000, your taxes will be frozen at $9,000 a year. So now the next year, if they go up to $10,000, well, the senior still has to pay $10,000 in property taxes. But because they had them frozen at $9,000, they will get a check at the end of the year for the difference, refunding them the $1,000 if the state has the money in their budget. But since we're spending our money like a bunch of drunken sailors on date night, they do not have that money in the budget. So the senior will still get that money in the form of a credit towards next year's property tax bill. So either way, the senior will get the money, whether they get a check or they get a credit towards next year's property taxes, and it'll be that much less that they need to pay next year in the property tax. They'll get it one way or the other. But it's amazing they don't reach out to our senior citizens to tell them about this. Your city doesn't. Hell, it should be your accountants are at least informing you if you're 65 or older and your income's under a certain amount, that you should qualify for and file for the senior tax freeze on your property taxes. But for some reason, they don't do that. Why? I don't know. Maybe they're just a crappy accountant. I don't know why. If you were a real helpful accountant and you see how much your client is earning per year and that they own real estate, you should be recommending to that person, if they're 65 or under, 65 or older, that they should file for that PTR program, or property tax relief senior freeze program, to have the taxes frozen. I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story, make it quick. My father, when he was still alive, he's gone now, but when my father was alive and I was teaching these classes, I asked my dad a question. I said, Dad, did you ever file for a senior tax freeze for your property? Because I noticed he's always complaining about the taxes. So I said, did you ever file for the senior freeze program? And he looked at me, he's like, I don't know, what is that? What are you talking about? I'm like, well, if you're at least 65 years of age or older, and your income is under a certain amount for your primary residence, you could file to have your taxes frozen. So in the event they go up, you get a rebate for the difference or credit towards next year's taxes. Never heard of it. Nobody from Senior Center reached out to him. Nobody from the city, nobody from the state. His accountant never told them about it. And I was amazed because at the time I told my dad, he was already 79 years old. So imagine, I actually looked up and did a little bit of research. He is 79 years old, and that's when I immediately filed for the senior freeze for him. If he did this when he was 65, he could have frozen the property taxes at $3,500. $3,500. But instead, we managed to get him frozen. I think it was like $8,700, $8,700, something like that. Just shows you how quick property taxes have been skyrocketing in recent years, huh? Politicians are getting more and more bold with their spending. And where do they get the money from? Yeah, they get it from you. What do they care, right? So this senior freeze program, if you guys know anybody 65 or older, your parents, your relatives, if it's you, I don't know, make people aware of this program. You know, let them know about it, because God knows nobody else is telling them. And it is tough to live in New Jersey, one of the highest tax states in the nation. I'm sorry, the highest tax state in the nation. So help out your seniors. Don't expect anything in return. You'll get something in return, good karma in the end. But you know what? A lot of seniors also like to talk. If you help save them money, they're going to be talking about their realtor that saved them all this money, and you got to use them, you know. But don't do it expecting that to happen. Okay.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, absolutely. Go
So
ahead.
when it says the income is under a certain figure, 78 to 92, does it mean in between those figures or
No.
under?
No, these are just figures in recent years where it has ranged from. Their income between from 78,000, like one year it was 78,000, as long as your income was under 78,000. But this was just in recent years. It's shot up to 92,000 now. So you could actually make $92,000 a year. As long as your income's under $92,000 a year, you qualify for the senior freeze. And only one of the, only one of the property owners has to be a senior. So Now, where do you get this information from? Go down to the tax window where you pay your property taxes in your municipality. Ask for the senior freeze booklet. Actually, you know what? Don't, because I did that for my father. And, you know, I walked into that office and I spoke to this lady who was behind the bulletproof glass. And I asked her, can I get the senior freeze booklet so I could enroll my dad in the senior freeze program? She said, what are you talking about? I said, the senior freeze program. I would like the booklet so that I can enroll my father in the senior freeze program. You know, the one that if your income's under a certain amount, you can, and it's your primary residence, you could have your taxes frozen at that amount. So if taxes go up, you get a rebate for the difference and There's no program like that, she tells me. I'm like, there absolutely is. No, there isn't. So I turn around and I start walking out. And then I was like, wait, screw this. I walked back in there. I was like, let me talk to your supervisor, because there is a program like this. Let me talk to your supervisor. I am the supervisor. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. I was like, well, there is a senior freeze program. I know there is, you know, and I explained to her exactly what it was. So even if the name is wrong, you know, she should have understood it. And then she goes to the girls in the back that were working and she's like, hey, girls, did you ever hear of any senior freeze program? And that's how she said it. And the girls just looked at each other and they didn't answer. And then she's like, senior freeze. Oh, you must be talking about the PTR program. And it's like, you know exactly what I was talking about. What kind of games are you playing here? You know, I explained to you what it does, you know, so there's, you know, now you're playing games because they changed the name from senior freeze to PTR, but it's still considered a senior freeze on the booklet, you know. That's why they're behind bulletproof glass, right? Because they play games like this. They're supposed to be there helping you. They're being paid by your taxpayer dollars. In the meantime, they're trying to prevent you from saving any. So anyway, this senior freeze program would help the senior, like I said, in the event it would freeze the taxes. In the event of any tax increases, they would get a rebate for the difference or a credit for the difference towards next year's taxes if the city doesn't have it in their budget, all right, for the next year. So New Jersey Treasury, senior freeze homestead rebates, all those programs can be found here. You do not need to go down to your local city hall to get that booklet and deal with those numbskulls like I had to. I did the research here for you, and here's an actual link directly to get that senior freeze booklet. And if you were to click on it, it's going to take you to the website. This website. This is the Division of Taxation. You see, 2020 senior freeze application. They could fill out for the PTR, the Property Tax Relief Program. You could get that information right here on this website. Okay. If you need any additional information, call up their hotline. All right. Let's see. Senior freeze in general explains what it does. The application for it. Let's see, they have anything here. It's only for your principal residence, for your main home. Here's your information, how to apply, eligibility requirements, income standards, checking the status on your senior freeze. By the way, these links are good content for your real estate websites too, guys, right? So there you go. Actually, I think I'm going to put this on our Facebook page again. This is about the time of year they should have been already applying for it, but just in case. Let's see, income limits in recent history. Let's take a look and see what that is. Like I told you, it was between $78,000 to $92,000. Let's see what it is. So for 2020, it went from 91,505 to 92,969. So as long as it's equal to or less than $92,969 in 2020, then the senior freeze program, that senior would qualify if their income is below that amount or equal to that amount. Okay. As you could see in recent years, you know, from look, 2017, it was 70,000, you know. It goes up, from up, it goes down, then it goes up, then it goes down, right? You could see this pattern here, right? It was bouncing around for quite a few years between 80,000 went down to 70, then back up to 82, then back to 70, then you know, you see that they keep raising it, lowering it by 10 grand and over 10 grand. All right. And I don't know, somewhere around here, it all of a sudden switched a little bit. So they've been staying and maintaining up there, I guess, as they increase their property taxes to insane amounts. Okay. So here's the information for that senior freeze program. All right. Just wanted to share that info with you guys. I'm going to post it on our Facebook page again, too. And I have that info right here in this slideshow here. Has information to the senior freeze booklet, but there's also this one, PT benefits brochure. It also goes over other programs that are available to help people benefit from homestead rebate programs, senior freeze programs, how to argue the assessed value of your property, the veterans and surviving spouses of veterans $250 program for disabled senior citizens, blind persons, they get available discounts. So here's all of these things. This little guide helps people with all the different types of assistance that may be available for helping out with lowering your expenses or getting rebates and such. So there's this benefits program like this, okay? Oh, you guys are not seeing it. It takes you here. And here's this little brochure that shows all the different benefits that may be available to people that I was just reading off. Sorry, I didn't change the screen. Veterans, surviving spouses of veterans. They qualify for all these different property tax and income reductions, senior citizens and blind persons, all kinds of other help that's available to people. Okay. So that information can be found on these links on the slideshow right here. Look on this slideshow. Or you could just go to the state's taxation relief and it has all that information. I'm gonna copy this right now and send it to y'all in the chat window. The link to this page is what I just sent you, which gives links to all this information. Senior freeze programs, homestead benefit programs, people for deductions and exemptions are available to. And if you want to appeal your property tax, if you feel like they overtaxed your property, you can apply for appeals here. All right. So just making all that info available to y'all. Now, once again, I did not show you. Here's the website. Okay, and here's the links for these different programs. Okay. And I just sent that to you in your chat window there. Okay. So let's highlight homeowners age 65 or disabled may take annual deductions of up to $250 from property taxes and annual deductions of up to $250 from taxes due on real or personal properties available to qualified war veterans and their unmarried surviving spouses, meaning that the veteran had died and their spouse did not remarry. They could qualify for their spouse's benefits. Continue highlighting totally disabled war veterans and their unmarried surviving spouses of such veterans may be granted full property tax exemptions. And then on the line below it, highlight the senior freeze program allows homeowners age 65 and older who meet rather generous income requirements to apply for reimbursement of any increase in their property taxes. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, guys. Yeah, I got people sending me messages. Yeah, absolutely. You know, help out family members, friends, anybody you think that may be around 65, say, listen, I don't mean to insult you, but if you're around the age of 65 or older, you qualify for these benefits. Telling you, they may not be aware of it, and help them all you can. They need the help, when you're on a fixed income and having to pay these ever increasing property taxes, it's disgusting. They should have some sort of a relief available to them. And if the state's not going to notify them, if the city's not going to notify them, if their accountants aren't going to notify them, then you should, be a good person at least, get karma, a good feeling out of knowing that you're helping somebody out and save money. Some of these seniors that worked all their lives and now they're getting killed with these insane property taxes because of these crazy spending of politicians. All right. And if you go to under exemptions from the general real estate taxes, the very last paragraph in that section, there's a website link. You can highlight that website link that takes you to that benefits brochure that I was showing a little while ago. Let me see. And that is this brochure. That's the link that just takes them here. Okay. So the benefits brochure. What page is this? Page 122. For the benefits brochure, let me see. You had this link over here, which shows about the senior freeze program. And then you have this link over here that shows about the senior freeze, homestead, rebate, and all these property tax relief programs in New Jersey. Okay. Sorry, I'm just making note of them too, and I'm going to submit them to be entered, these links to be added to the next version of this book. Hopefully they'll add that in there too. Because a lot of these resources, nobody knows about. Instructors aren't searching, doing research. They just teach out of this book, so I'm trying to make a lot of this information available to you guys. All right, so tax benefits are also available for farmland, for farmers. Certain residents may make annual deductions on property taxes. Farmland qualifies for huge property tax breaks. Now, what is considered farmland? See, farmers do need breaks in the taxes, because imagine if they charged for property tax the same as what they charge for residential property, those same tax rates on farmland, to have all of that land, they wouldn't be able to afford to have a farm. Taxes would be way too high. So there has to be huge tax breaks available, especially since we're living in the garden state, a lot of farmland, right? Now, farmland does not just mean agricultural property, which means you're growing crops. It could also be for, crops or what have you, but it could also be for it could also be for cattle. It could be for horses. We got a lot. Here's a little factoid for you. New Jersey, I think, is the second or third state with the most horses. You'd figure, Texas, Kentucky, etc. That we actually have more horses in New Jersey than they have in Kentucky. And Kentucky is known for the Kentucky Derby, right? Got a lot of horse farms here, right? So you have to have, in order to be considered farmland, you have to have at least 5 acres of land, excluding the home site. So in addition to the land that the house is sitting on, you have to have 5 acres. Okay. you have to gross at least $500, grossing at least $500 a year in sales for that first 5 acres of land in order to qualify for this favorable tax treatment. Every acre above that 5-acre minimum has to gross an additional $5 a year in sales. $5 a year in sales for each additional acre of land that you own above that 5-acre minimum. And if it's woodlands or wetlands, you only need to gross an additional 50 cents per year for each acre in sales to qualify for the favorable tax treatment. And you had to have used the land, the property, for at least 2 years as farmland before you file for this favorable tax treatment. Does it seem like there's a lot of loopholes that are put in here? I mean, what kind of legitimate farmer who's actually farming for a living is only grossing $500 a year in sales for 5 acres of land? Doesn't that sound kind of ridiculous to you?
Yep.
I thought it was
Yes,
a small
yes, it does
amount.
sounds like too much.
It sounds like some politicians kind of slipped this in there because they probably own a lot of property themselves, being all rich and stuff, right? And they put some loopholes in there for them and their rich buddies who own acres and acres of land to pay next to nothing on their property taxes. And if you don't believe me, let me show you something.
We believe you.
Here's an article. The head of the New Jersey Transit, who earns nearly $280,000 a year in salary, paid only $19.42 in property taxes for his home in Mendham because he has 2 sheep. He had it registered as farmland. Can't make this stuff up. This guy's obviously not a farmer for a living, but he registered his property as farmland. And the ridiculous part is he used his ties in order to register it, because you know how you're supposed to have it used as farmland for at least 2 years before you file for that favorable tax treatment. He just bought the property and had it already registered as farmland and got that favorable tax treatment. It's who you know, what strings you could pull. Welcome to the Soprano states. You have to pay the taxes. Rules for thee, but not for me. Is that the way that it goes? They don't follow the same rules. They don't got to play by that same rule, which is kind of ridiculous, right?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
I don't know if I'm reading this wrong, but right here where it says above the 5 acre minimum is 50 cents. In the book, it says $5 per acre on qualified agricultural land and $500 per acre on woodland and wetland for the first 5 acres. Am I reading that backwards or something?
No,
Or was
that's right.
it's talking about the first 5 acres, the one that you said earlier?
No, I have that here too. See this, each acre above the 5 acre minimum. See,
Right.
if you own 5 acres of land, you have to have you have to gross $500 a year for the first 5 acres.
Right. I got that. Uh-huh.
Like for the next acre, you have 6 acres of land. For that next
Right.
acre, you have to gross $5 a year.
$5. Right. And
But
then in the book, it says, and $500 per acre on woodland and wetland for the first 5 acres.
And
Is it talking about the
$5
first
per
one?
acre on woodland and wetland for the first 5 acres. $5 per acre on qualified agricultural land and $500 per acre on woodlands and wetlands for the first 5 acres. You know what? I got to look it up. Maybe they changed it
Okay.
because this is what it used to be. Maybe the politicians got enough heat over it because this was just recently. This other slide was just
Mhm.
2019. See this
Mhm.
story from 2019. So
Right.
they may have went in there and fixed that loophole. It's still not a loophole. It's still, so what? Now you pay $1,000, or you got to gross $1,000 per year. Who says that you are even earning the money? You know, yeah, I'll pay taxes on $1,000 income for gross sales that I supposedly made so that I pay next to nothing on property taxes. With the average property taxes in New Jersey for your average household being was it 9,000 or 9,500 a year? Damn it, I forget. I think it's let's just go with 9,000, the lower figure, okay? Let's just say the average taxes in New Jersey now are $9,000 a year. If that's the case, I think it's maybe 95, but let's stay with 9,000. Let's just say that they're $9,000 a year. Okay, so I'll claim I made $1,000 a year in sales. And I'll get taxed for $1,000 on income. Doesn't mean I'm paying $1,000. It means that I'm going to be taxed for $1,000 of income so that I end up paying $19.42 in property taxes. Did they fix anything? Even if they raised it to $500? No.
Not really.
Still a loophole. Shit, I'll pay taxes on $1,000 of income a year. What depending on your income tax bracket, how much is that going to end up being? A couple $100, so that you only have to end up paying $14.42 in property taxes for 5 acres of land instead of what would you pay on that? Well, you know what? I think in this story it tells you. Let me click on it. It'll tell you what the average neighbors are paying in that same neighborhood for their property taxes. So let's see what the property tax should have been for this guy who ended up paying only $19.42 for his 5-acre land in Mendham. Oh, it would have been $20,609 for a neighbor that they paid in taxes. So instead of paying $20,000 in property taxes, I'll pay income tax on $1,000 of income. And then I only need to pay $19.42 in property taxes. Yeah, that sounds fair. Oh, you guys are not here on the site. So here's the website. Yeah, you guys got to tell me when you're not seeing what I'm explaining to you. I went to the webpage. Okay.
I see it. Yeah, I see
Yeah, now you do. So pays $42 in property taxes. What did the neighbor pay? $20,609 by comparison. Go ahead. Charge me taxes on $1,000 of extra income, so I pay next to nothing on my property taxes where I should be paying $20,000. I'll pay less than $20. Is this making you sick? Is this level of corruption making you sick? Because that's basically what it is.
I can go at the end for that if you want.
Yep.
What's that?
Might as well start from now. Just go top down.
I say, yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. I just want to open the file.
All right, let me mute that. Somebody's having a conversation there. All right, let's see. Okay, 100% totally exempt from property taxes would be religious organizations, charitable, nonprofits, 100% disabled persons, 100% disabled veterans and their surviving unmarried spouses, as well as 100% disabled persons who are non-veterans, okay? Would qualify for 100% exemption from property taxes. I'll tell you a story. You know, a couple of years ago, I used to, when I started in real estate, I was working up in West Orange. That's where I started. And I had this 1 month. Now, this may happen to you in your careers. You may have somebody that's looking for a house of worship, a church, a synagogue, a mosque, or whatever that they want to open up for religious worshiping, okay? So they may come to you looking for a parcel of land for this, right? Or a building that's already in place that they can adapt for that. You may have maybe 1 or 2 in your entire real estate career that come to you looking for such a thing. In 1 month, I had over 30 people coming to me looking for, and they all had the same talking points, the same spiel that they all came to me with, that they're all looking for a place for a house of worship for them. They need to have, it doesn't need to be a church with a rectory next door. It could be a storefront with an apartment upstairs. That's fine. Buy them that kind of a building that they want to purchase. and where they could have the storefront as the church and the rectory would be the apartment upstairs. And why? Well, because that was for their religious worshiping purposes. But then they wouldn't have to pay 0 property taxes on the property because it's for religious purposes. Now, I end up asking one of these people after like the 30th person came to me asking this, because I thought it was ridiculous. You know, in 1 month, I had over 30 people come to me like this. So I asked one guy, I was like, hey, just out of curiosity, what religion, what religion is it that you're opening up your house of worship for? You can't ask that question. It's against the law. It's a violation of blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I was just curious. I was like, you know, growing up, my dad was a priest. So I was just curious what religion that you were, you were, you know, don't get all defensive here, you know. Oh, well, we are registered as a religious organization. In order to be classified as a religious organization with the IRS, you just need to have X amount of followers that meet on a regular basis. Blah, 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 blah. So it's like, okay, I didn't ask you what the IRS's rule was in order to be classified as a religious organization. I asked what your religion was. You know, what's up with all the defensiveness here? I was like, did you guys go to some kind of seminar or something about how to learn how to buy a property and register a religion and become a pastor, you know, so that you could pay nothing in property taxes? I was like, whatever. I was like, I really don't care. I said, how much money do you got right now to buy? Not a single one of them had a pot to, you know what in, you know, none of them. They're all just wasting my time. People with pipe dreams that attended a seminar trying to avoid paying property taxes, registering themselves as another Reverend Al Sharpton fake priest minister, you know, so that they could game the system and not pay any property taxes. Okay, that's basically what's going on here. Okay. And if you come across it, just ask the simple questions so that you're not insulting anybody, you're not insinuating anything, you're not opening yourself to lawsuits. Just ask them, how much money do you got right now? Because you need money to purchase it. And I asked that question. As soon as I asked that question, they started telling me about how they could raise money. It's like, that's not what I asked you. I asked you, how much money do you have right now to purchase? And all my years in real estate, I only had one person ever say, I don't know. But you could come over to the place where we're worshiping right now, and we could meet with the treasurer, and we could see what our budget is, and we could work it from there. And then I went and I met them. They actually had everybody meeting in person in the largest person's house. They were meeting from person to person's house, where they would go and they would pray and have their services and stuff, you know. And I had the discussion with them. I'm like, okay, these people are really devout in their religion, and so I could see it's a legit thing. Okay, give me what kind of budget you're working with. Let's try to find you a place so that you don't got to be preaching, you know, illegally out of somebody's houses, holding services and ticking off your neighbors by taking up all the parking on the block, you know, which is what was going on there. And that's why they were looking for a new place. All right. But the majority of these people that come to you, a lot of times they're just frauds. All right. So who gets favorable tax treatment in New Jersey? Who qualifies for that?
Religious, charitable, nonprofits, disabled veterans and their surviving unmarried spouses.
Who else?
Oh, farmland people, right?
Farmland.
Agricultural property, which could also be described as farmland. They could also use the term agricultural property on exams. Hint, hint. Who else?
Seniors.
Seniors are also, see, this is just a list of people who 100% qualify for 100% property tax exemption. Remember, we also talked about senior citizens, blind and disabled persons. Depending on the level of disability, they may qualify for a level of tax deduction, right? Well, there you go. You need to know all those. Let me ask you a question. Does daycare qualify for tax deductions? Tax benefits?
Yes.
No. Yeah,
That's for profit. It's a business. It's for profit. It's very profitable too. All right. So, see, they may give you a question on exam that asks you which one of these does or which one of these does not qualify for favorable tax treatment. And they may throw a school out there or something like that. Nope, they need to look. I got a school. I got to pay property taxes, right? So it's a matter of who qualifies is the people that we went on the list. Seniors, agricultural property, religious, charitable, nonprofit, and disabled persons, whether they're veterans or not, right? All right. So let's highlight.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So for say with the seniors, right?
Uh-huh.
When say they pass and they, leave their house to a family member, does that transfer to that next person or no, because they're not a senior?
Yep, nope, they're not a senior.
Okay.
Any senior has to file for it annually. Look, even when you get the senior tax freeze, those seniors, in order to qualify, they're going to get that booklet. They're going to download the booklet. They're going to fill it out.
benefit recipients.
They have to also,
Agriculture.
they also have to submit the application, which is what the booklet is. It's the application and the instructions on how to fill out the application, which is basically 2 pages. And they need to supply their tax papers, their tax returns for the last 2 years. And then once they get the okay that they've been approved for this senior freeze, the PTR program, it'll automatically get sent to them every year at their home. And the senior has to fill out the paperwork every year to continue receiving that tax deduction or rebate. Okay. They want to make sure that if the senior dies, that their relatives aren't just taking advantage of it now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So for special assessment taxes, okay. Oh, well, actually, let's highlight under Farmland Reassessment Act. Let's highlight the first bullet point. It must be at least 5 acres in size, exclusive to the home site. And then let's highlight it must earn at least $500 per year in gross sales for the first 5 acres. Okay. Then go down to the bottom of the page and highlight most properties used for religious, charitable, and other non-for-profit purposes are totally exempt from property taxes. Let's resume the recording. I paused the recording really quick to check it. So that the book in the 14th version of the book, if you're watching this video and you're watching the 14th version of the book, for the Farmland Reassessment Act, it is accurate what I have here on this slide about $5 a year, and for each additional acre above the 5 acre minimum has to earn $5 per year in sales, and only 50 cents per additional acre for wetlands and woodlands above the 5 acre minimum. Whereas in the book, they did a typo and they put $500 for the wetlands and unimproved woodlands. They, instead of 50 cents, they put $500 per acre, which that is incorrect. Okay, so just wanted to go back there and state that for the video purposes if you guys are watching this. Okay, now for special assessment on the next page, I want you to write for above it the title, for improvements the municipality does, not the homeowner. So a special assessment tax is for improvements the municipality does, not the homeowner. Now, this would also apply to condos, not necessarily the municipality in that case. Who kind of acts like a municipality, like a mini government in condos?
Homeowners Association.
The homeowners association then also gets the special assessment tax powers too. I was selling a condo one time, and the condo association was going to redo all the sidewalks and front steps in the complex. They were also going to redo all the siding, replace the storm windows, doors, and the roofs. They were going to redo the roofs on all the buildings in the complex. And in order to do this, they did a special assessment tax of, I forget if it was $15,000 or $20,000 for each individual homeowner. They would have to be taxed an additional $15,000 or $20,000. Now, if you didn't have that money to pay it all up front, all one time, one shot, they could break it and add it into your monthly maintenance charge over a period of years until it's paid off. But that's what they did. And so now if the unit owner is selling their unit and they did not pay off that special assessment in full, well, when you're selling a property, you should not be selling it with unpaid taxes. So that homeowner would have to pay that money out of their proceeds from the sale when they go to sell it, because you can't sell a property with unpaid taxes. I mean, you could, but who would want to buy it, right? So that had to get taken care of. So another thing to ask homeowners when going in for a listing, right? How much are your property taxes, but also do you have any unpaid special assessments that are still outstanding? And what's a special assessment?
Improvement done by the municipality.
An improvement tax, an improvement tax. Just know that for exams, it's an improvement tax. Okay, but it's not for improvements that the homeowner made, like because they remodeled their kitchen or something or put an addition on the house. That's included in the ad valorem tax, the general property tax. Because if you do an improvement to your house or put an addition on, doesn't that increase the value of your property? And your ad valorem tax is according to value. It's a tax according to the value of your property. So that would be covered under the ad valorem tax, not the special assessment tax. Special assessment tax is for pet projects that your politicians in your town, whether it's your city council members or the mayor, want to do. If they wanted to build a park in your neighborhood, okay? Now, there's usually other funds that they have that they should get the money from in order to do that for a park. But I'm just trying to give you an example here. They could issue all the homeowners in that immediate vicinity the special assessment tax to pay for that improvement. Or sometimes, you know how they put sidewalks in where they weren't having them before, and they put up like the old street lamps and the cobblestone walkways along it to make it look fancy. Okay, if they're doing that, only those homeowners in that immediate vicinity are benefiting from that improvement. So therefore, they will be getting a special assessment tax that they have to pay for that improvement, the beautification project of their neighborhood. Okay. That's what a special assessment is, okay? It may be a financial burden on the new owners if the seller didn't pay it off yet, so we got to let them know the seller's supposed to pay it off. All right. Here's an example, another example of a special assessment tax. Let's just say here's a diagram, okay? You see this blue line here? This is a later addition. Let's see that that's not here yet. Here's an intersection in the city. This is at the end of town. And this is the last street in town right here. This is the edge of town, this street right here. And the city ran the water pipes and the sewer pipes only down to this section right here. And you only had one house here at the end of the block. All these houses were not here. But then they started building, people started buying all these lots up and building houses on them. This poor guy, he was on well water and septic. But now the city sees, hey, there's all these other property owners here. Let's extend the sewer and water lines down to the end of the block. And they're going to issue a special assessment that all these property owners have to pay, whether they tie in to use those utilities or not. They would have to still pay for that special assessment for installing that improvement. Now, they have to pay an additional fee, which we call a connection charge, if they want to connect to those city utilities too. Interesting, huh? But that's how it works. All right, so how does the taxation process work? Well, let's highlight under the taxation process, page 123. Assessed value is what a year's taxes are based on, and New Jersey has set a goal of full value assessment, almost impossible to attain. That is, assessing real estate at 100% of its market value. Why would that be impossible to attain? Well, they would have to send an appraiser in your house every year. Let me ask you a question. When did you ever, forget about every year, when have you ever had the city send an appraiser to your house? I'm not talking about when you bought the house and your bank sent an appraiser that you had to pay. I'm talking about when did the municipality send an appraiser to your house, if ever?
Never.
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 Then how are your property taxes keep going up every year?
This is what we're trying to fight now.
Okay, you know how they do it? They do send appraisers out, but they only send them out and they do a small sampling of homes in the neighborhood. And then based on that small sampling of homes that they got into, they value those homes. They do a blanket assessment on all other homes in the neighborhood based on the properties that they did appraise. So if they appraised a couple of properties and those properties are in better condition than yours, or they have improvements, or they're more modern than yours and have more updates, you know, your house could be in good condition, but these ones have just been updated and super modern, and they did the appraisals on them, and they're basing those appraisals to determine the value of your house. You see how there could be incorrect valuations done, where the municipalities overestimate the values of people's properties. And so you cannot fight the taxes. You cannot do, but what you can do is you could fight the assessed value that the municipality applied to your property. And the taxes are based on the assessed value of the property. So you can't appeal your property taxes. If you go down to City Hall and you say, yes, I want to file for a tax appeal to lower my taxes, their reply is going to be kind of snarky. They're going to say, oh, we don't do that. We don't lower taxes. We have no control over that. That's the legislation. You need to talk to the legislators in the state. They say that they need the money for whatever purposes they need, and they put it into law. They codify it into law. You need to pay the property taxes to whatever the law says, okay? But what you can do is you can appeal the value that they estimated your house to be worth, because the property taxes are based on the value of the property. But check this out. You cannot appeal the value of the land, because land does not depreciate except in rare extreme circumstances. If the soil was contaminated, if there was a nuclear bomb that went off there, you know, those are the only rare circumstances where land value would go down. Otherwise, land does not depreciate. Depreciation is a loss of value due to any cause or any condition. So land generally does not depreciate. So when you appeal the value of the assessed property, you cannot depreciate the value of the land. So as you see here, appealing the assessed value, an owner can dispute the value of the improvement to the real estate, the structure that's sitting on it, because the structure could be getting old, it could be getting dilapidated, or it's not updated anymore. So the structure can decrease in value, but the land that it's sitting on doesn't. That usually actually goes up. So the only thing you could argue is the value of the land. So you have to separate that from the value, the total overall value of the property. They make it a very complicated process here, and it really doesn't need to be. Because let me ask you a question. What is an assessed value? Here's a term you need to know. Assessed value is different than market value. Assessed value is a value applied to your property for taxation purposes, whereas market value is a value that's applied to your property based on supportable evidence of recently sold homes similar in size, style, location, and amenity to the subject property that you're trying to value. All right, so an appraiser would give you a market value assessment. A real estate agent would give you a market value assessment based on what recent homes have sold for in the neighborhood that are similar to yours. And then we make adjustments for the differences in the price to come up with the market value. So basically it's supportable evidence, right? Now, an assessed value, if you ever look at your tax records and you look at the assessed value of a property, it's usually much, much lower. And you're going to be looking at it, you're going to be like, wait a minute, my house is worth way more than this. And you're going to be like, wait, I ain't going to do a tax appeal because then they're going to raise the taxes on my property. But wait, there's a formula that they put to that. We don't need to learn that formula. We don't do tax appeals, okay? But I did put 2 resources here that show you how to file for a tax appeal in New Jersey. And there's a tax appeal guide here for you as well. You know, there's when dealing with the property taxes and assessed values and all that stuff, there is the assessed value. There's a tax rate and a tax ratio. The tax rate is they take the property's assessed value and they multiply it by the rate, and that's how much you're going to pay in property taxes. The tax ratio, on the other hand, if you have it, a lot of times they don't even put that on tax bills anymore. You'd have to contact your municipality to find out what it is. The tax ratio is the reverse engineering they do from the market value to determine the assessed value, which they're going to base the taxes on. And it's usually like you divide the assessed value by the market value, then times it by 100. And then that's how you find out what the real value is that the municipality is basing their assessed value on. So you got to do that reverse engineering. Because if you just look at the assessed value that they give you when they send you the card in the mail on your property taxes, you're like, wait a minute, my house is worth way more than that. I'm not going to open my mouth and argue it. But you have to do the reverse engineering. If you get the tax ratio and the tax rate, you could do some reverse engineering and you could figure out what true value they're basing their assessed value on. And then if that true value is higher than what your market value should be on your property, you could do a tax appeal and win to then get your taxes lowered because the property value is lowered. You follow how it's done? But we don't need to worry about any of that as real estate agents. I'm just telling you how to do it for your own edification. So assessed value is a value applied for taxation purposes. Oh, by the way, let me throw another little nugget in there. If your tax assessor overestimates the value of your property, they're allowed a 15% margin of error. So as long as they don't go 15% or over in estimating the value of your property, you will not win a tax appeal. Even if they overestimated the value of your property by 10%, you're not going to win a tax appeal. But if they're over that amount, then they have to lower your property taxes to what they should be. And then your property taxes will be frozen, or I'm sorry, the property value will be frozen at that for the next 3 years. So they're not going to be able to adjust the value on your property again for 3 years. So the taxes are going to be based off of that frozen property value. You know, I did a tax appeal a couple of years ago and I won because the municipality overestimated the value of my property by 35%. 35%. So I got them to lower the value that they base the taxes on. And check this out. My taxes still went up. How? Can anybody guess? They raised the tax rate. You multiply the rate times the assessed value will give you how much in taxes that you pay. So even if the property values go down, they could just raise the tax rate and still get more money. But imagine if I didn't do a tax appeal, how much more the taxes would have gone up by. Politicians. All right, why do we keep voting these same people in office if they keep doing this crap to us? Are we all sadists?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I quite grasp how, like, I had, you know, a couple employees that were from other countries, and when they purchased their land, they owned it outright. That was it. And maybe I think I do understand as soon as I just said that. But over here in the States, technically, if you look at it, when you purchase something and buy a house, it's like my grandmother and them.
Are you talking about- okay, hold on a second. You're talking about owning land in different countries versus the United States.
Right. Yeah. What I'm saying is, like, both my grandparents own their house, but at the end of the day, if you don't pay taxes, they're coming to get it. So
Yep.
you don't, like, you still paying somebody for something that you claim to own.
Yeah, see, in this version of the book and on exams now, they don't ask questions that I used to get asked when I went for my real estate license back in 2003. We used to learn how real estate, before we got into the depths of real estate, we learned how real estate was done in the world before we started learning how it's done here in the United States. And there's two types of land ownership. You have the allodial system and you have the feudal system. The feudal system is like kings, queens, and emperors. They're the ones that own the lands. They may give you the rights to own it temporarily, or to sell ownership to you, or to give you access to use the land. But you don't have true ownership rights in the land. In some countries that have the allodial system, like we have in the United States, you have a truer ownership value of land, subject, of course, to government taxation and such like that for government use, right? So unfortunately, even though it's your land and you own it, you could do whatever you want with it, supposedly. Well, that's what the allodial system was, and supposedly still is. But the allodial system, if you have a true ownership in the value in your land, and it's not restricted by government, well, then how come I can't just build anything I want on my property? How come if I got a shed in my backyard I don't want no more, how come I can't just light it on fire and burn it? Well, because the government creates all kinds of other regulations. And you know why the government creates regulations? Because we allow them to.
And to make money off of it.
Well, we allowed them to. Why do we allow them to? Because at some point in time, they pulled on your heartstrings, or they took an emotional topic and they played you to try to give up some of your rights to them in the guise of being for the greater good of the general public. Whether it's true or not, that's how it gets done. So here's an example. How come I can't burn down my shed in my backyard? Well, it poses a danger to the local community. Plus, what about the pollution that it would create in the environment? Me starting fire and burning garbage. You see that? Environmental concerns and safety concerns for the community, whether legitimate or not. We gave up our rights. Somebody at some point said there should be a law against that. And a politician's more than happy to step in and say, I'll be your protector. I'll write the law that will say that people cannot do this, you know? And they do, just so they get reelected, right?
Right.
Look, why can't I build a 2-family house? I have a home in a 1-family neighborhood. How come I can't build a 2-family house here?
Zoning.
Zoning.
How come I can't build a roller coaster in my backyard if I wanted to? Zoning, right? What is zoning? Zoning is a law or powers that we give to the government to create regulations that dictate what can be built where and what the structure can be used for. Can I just start a commercial business in the middle of my residential neighborhood?
No,
I cannot. Okay. Now we're kind of like getting into the next chapter stuff a little bit, chapter 9. We're kind of like mixing into both territories there, but all this stuff is relevant of this conversation. So you cannot. Why not? because we gave the government the power to create zoning laws, because at some point, somebody was ticked off at something and they said there should be a law. And who was there to say, we'll be there and we'll write that law? You're going to give up some of your power and give the authority to governments and politicians to regulate what you could do on your property? Oh, you're also going to give us the ability that if you want to build something, there should be a law that that has to be built properly, that structure, so that it doesn't hurt nobody or harm nobody. Okay, we'll create a law for that. We'll call them building codes. And you know what? Before you could build anything, well, also going to require that you get a permit, even though it's your property, and you're going to have to pay that for that permit. Makes sense, right? Enough people are like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Then later on down the road, as these permittings get more intrusive, as they get more expensive, as they start failing you for inspections for stuff, as they create these more restrictive rules for the construction and they become more costly, then people are like, this is messed up. Why is it messed up? You're the one that allowed it. You're the one that gave up your rights to the government so that they could regulate you for the greater good. Okay. Who was that president that, or who was it that once said that the famous words, you know, those who are so willing to give up their rights in exchange for a little bit of security, at the end of the day, they're not going to have either liberty or their security because they're giving up their rights, right? Don't be so quick to give up your rights in exchange for a little bit of security, because in the end of the day, it's going to come back. It's going to bite you in the, you know what, right? So that's the moral of that story and that lesson. But this is not a political science class. It's but we must discuss these things, especially when it comes to taxes, because politics and taxes, they go hand in hand. So we just need to know how it works so that we could better understand it and we could better deal with the issues around it. Okay. And we could better predict where the market is going. We'll get into that stuff. Okay, so New Jersey's goal when it comes to assessing property values is full value assessment, which is almost impossible to attain, to assess every property at 100% of its market value. Now, I told you they'll only take a sampling of homes in the neighborhood. They'll go out and they'll actually appraise them, and then they'll do a blanket assessment on all the other homes in the neighborhood. Now, how could they possibly do that? Are all the homes the same? You ever go out to neighborhoods and you look in the neighborhoods? Most of the homes are the same architectural style. Most of the lot sizes are almost exactly the same, give or take. You may have a couple of lots that are a little bit bigger or smaller than the others, but we're not talking like half-acre differences. So it's not really going to make much of a difference, those sizes. You know, they're pretty much, we call them the stamp lots or the matchbook lots. You know, they're all pretty much the same size, give or take a little bit. All the architectural size styles of housing in the neighborhood are probably all the same or very similar. You know, even though some may be a little bit different than others, they're all pretty much the same. So that's why they do that. So that when they come out to assess property values, they can only take a little sampling and then they can be pretty sure it's going to be fairly accurate for the rest of the neighborhood. Sure, there may be outliers and differences, you know, that people get over or under assessed, but on the most part, it's the best, easiest way to do it. And that's how they do it and why they do it. Okay. And in order to file that tax appeal, here's the guide for you. And you're going to need access to tax records, and every MLS that you guys are going to become a member of will give you access to tax records, a tax record system. However, I give you a link right here that I created, a tiny URL, tinyurl.com/NJ tax records, which will give you access, free access to a tax record system in New Jersey. I think it's hosted by the Monmouth County, but it's for all 21 counties in the state. As you could see, you can click on it. And it will open up in our web browser. A tax record system. You see that? Did I put you guys in the web browser? Okay. So here is, as you could see, it's hosted by the Monmouth County, but this is for all 21 counties in New Jersey. You can see from the drop-down list, you can select any county. Anybody want me to search for a house, your neighbor's house or something? Yeah, no. Interested in anybody's house you want to see? Me to look up? No? All right, whatever. So basically you could search in the tax record system, and you could look up anybody's property over here. Here, let me look up one of my neighbors' houses. Let's see. I'm in Union County. So where is, oh, I'm looking at a town. That's Middlesex. I'm in Union County in particular, and I'm in Linden. Yeah. And here, let's look at my neighbor, see how much they paid for their house. Okay, so here's my neighbor. There's their names, there's their address, their lot and block number, which you need to put in the MLS when you're getting a listing. If I click on more info, it'll give me the full data of their property. All right, so here's the owner's name, here's their address, got some more description. It's a single family home. This person's lot is 6,290 square feet for their lot. Which is probably maybe a little bit more than 50 by 100-foot lot, maybe 60 by 100-foot lot or something like that. Their property taxes are $9,200 a year. And let's see, they bought this house, in 2020. All right, and did they buy it in 2020? No, they did not, but they must have refinanced it or something, because it says sale date in 2020 here. You see the tax ratio? What's the tax ratio used for? For doing the reverse engineering on their assessed value. Here, let's use this as an example. They got an assessed value of $133,900, right? Let me go to the let's open up a thing on the whiteboard here. And let's see, what was it? 133,000, the assessed value. Was 133,000. Let me go back there. 133,900. $133,900 is the assessed value. They had a tax ratio of 40.37. So how much are they basing the real value? Because this house is definitely worth more than 133,000. There's nothing in my neighborhood that's valued at $133,000. So what's the real value? The assessed value that they use for taxation purposes is $133,900. So depending on the tax rate, if we knew what the tax rate is, we could multiply that by the tax rates, which the tax rate is not stated here in the tax record, but the property taxes are $9,255. Let me see really quick if they post the tax. No, they don't post the tax rate. Okay, so the total value of the property is assessed at $133,900. The land has a value of $65,700, and the improvement, the building, the structure, it's $68,000. So let's just take it as a whole. If the entire value of this property is estimated at this amount, and they got a tax ratio of 40.37, how much is that? how much are they valuing that property based off of? What do you think the true value of this property is? Well, if we take $133,900 divided by 40.37. Okay, so 133,900 divided by 40.37. That gives us $3,316 and change. Okay, times it by 100. Times that by 100. And that property value is $331,681. So if you see how I came up with that? That's how I determined. This is what the tax man is estimating that this person's property value is. And they're basing the property taxes off of that. So if their house is worth more than this, they should not do a tax appeal. If their house is worth less than this, they should do a tax appeal. And I'm going to tell them, as living in this neighborhood, they should not do a tax appeal on this one. That's definitely an underestimate of value in this neighborhood. Okay. Now, if you get a question on exams, let's look. There's some questions in the back of this. There's some questions in the back of this chapter, but I have the questions from the back of a chapter of the previous version book that I'm going to back out of this slide. And there's a question that or a couple of questions I have for taxes that I want to share with you. Let me just look it up really quick. There's some tax questions that I had. Tax math, does it say? Yeah. No, mill rate math, that's what I wanted. Dang it. Let's take a look. Yeah, here's a question that you could get on exam. This is from the 13th version book. We're on the 14th version now, but here's a question for you guys. See if you could figure this out. Are you guys seeing the tools I have here? Hello?
Yes.
Are you guys seeing the pencils?
Yes.
You guys see the pencils I have here
I see it.
No.
Yeah.
on the screen?
Okay, let me-
I just see question
Yes.
number 9, end of chapter.
Okay, so under $100, what do you see? Do you see the pencils and stuff that I have here, my drawing tools, or no? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, good. Okay. So I want to know how much of my screen that you could actually see here. So I'm trying to cover up the answers here a little bit. All right. Okay, so let's look at this, because you don't have this version book. We're on 14th version book. But here's the type of question that you could get asked. What is the annual real estate tax on a property that's valued at $135,000 and assessed for tax purposes at $47,250 with an equalization factor of 125% when the tax rate is $2.50 per $100 of value? Well, we did not go over an equalization factor yet, so I'll breeze over it now with you because it's going to be something we're going over in this chapter anyway. The equalization factor is a complicated math factor that the state uses to try to make sure that each county is not paying more than their fair share of than another county in property taxes. So an equalization factor is a way to try to equalize out that the poorer counties are not paying more on par than the richer counties are, and vice versa. All right, so a way to try to equalize it out, that everybody's paying their share of what they should be paying. So the way to calculate this is, if the annual real estate taxes on a property is valued at $135,000 and assessed for tax purposes at $47,250. Okay, so taxes are based on the assessed value, we learned, right? So if the assessed value is $47,250 and has an equalization factor of 125%, we do 47,250 times 125%. And if the tax rate's at $2.50 per $100 value, then we're going to divide that by 100 and times it by 250. So here, 47,250 times 125% is $59,062.50. Divide that by $100. And that's $590.63. Then we're going to have to times that by $2.50 to determine what the taxes on this property are going to be. $1,476.56. You see how I walked it through But in order to get this right, you don't do nothing with the 135,000. You base taxes are based on assessed value, not the market value of 135,000. Here's another one. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to show you this yet. I showed you if you wanted to do a tax appeal, I told you what the formula is. Here's the formula right here. You take the assessed value. All right, assessed value is what taxes are based on. It's different from actual market value. As I showed you, I worked out the market value of what the actual tax record showed on this property, you know, with a 40.3 ratio, 40.37 ratio and an assessed value of $139,900. They based that off of if you take 133,900 divided by 40.37, the ratio, and then times it by 100, it'll give you the market value of $300 and something thousand, which $320 something thousand, which they based it off of, right? If you want to find out what the taxes are, you take the tax rate times the assessed value will give you what the taxes are. Like we did here. $47,000 is the assessed value. In this case, they threw an additional thing in there, the equalization factor. So we had to multiply it by the factor. And this became then the assessed value that we're basing the taxes on. And if taxes are based on a mill rate, what we call a mill rate of $2.50 for every $100 of value, well, how many times does 100 go into 59,000 and change? 590. Times that by the $2.50 mill rate, and we're left with the taxes that people will pay, $1,476 and change. Okay.
Can I see the assessed rate formula again?
Sure. All right, so this is to figure out what the market value is. You take the tax ratio divided by you take the assessed value divided by the tax ratio, times it by 100%. So in that example that I gave you a moment ago, using this guy's tax record, let's use this again. Let me write it down again here for you. I'll show you. So it's $133,900. So I'm going to be going back and forth between the screens, but you're not going to see it, okay? So it's 130, was it 133,900? 133,900. That's the assessed value. And then we have a tax ratio tax ratio is 40.37. So we're going to divide we're going to divide it by this and then multiply it by 100. Because if you want to find the true market value, you're trying to find 100% of it. So value equals 100. So we did 133,900 divided by 40.37. That gives us $3,316 and change. 0.81 and change, okay? Then we're going to times this by 100. And that's gives us the market value of 331,681 and 94 cents if you want to be exact. And that's the market value. So this is the actual formula on how to do this. But you could also get that formula, like I said, from those links that I have on the slideshow. And once again, you could get this from the actual links that are on the slideshow for the, what does it say? How to do a tax appeal. Okay, how to file a tax appeal, and the tax appeal guide will show you how to do that math as well. And then here's the tiny URL for the tax record, a shortcut that I created for you. You're welcome, by the way. So on this slide, you'll also see the equalization factor. I explained that's just a way to make sure that all the counties are paying their fair share. And a mill rate, this you need to know, this will be on exams. You need to know what a mill is. What is a mill? It's 1/1000th of a dollar or 1/10 of a cent. Basically, it's 3 decimal places when calculating math problems. Sometimes it'll be 3 decimal points. But if they tell you the mill rate is $20 for every, or what did we do in this problem over here? If the mill rate is $2.50 for every $100 of value, or they could base it off of every $1,000 of value. It's $20.50 based on every $1,000 of value. You know, however they do it, okay? Let's take a look on, under the taxation process, it says periodically municipalities must do a revaluation where an outside appraisal firm's hired to assess every rateable. What is a rateable? It's a taxable property. Right? A rateable is a taxable property. Municipalities have something what's called an assessment roll, which is a list of all the ratables in the municipality. So if they have a list of all the addresses of the property and what the ratable's amount is, what their taxes are, they can just add up that column and they'll know what their city's budget is for the year. They know that's guaranteed money that they're going to have every year, because every year people have to pay their property taxes, right? Right, Vic. Okay, I'm glad you guys are right there with me.
Yes.
Okay, okay. All right, so a rateable is a taxable property, and an assessment roll is a list of all the taxable properties in the municipality. Okay. So if you're not happy with that, you could always do a revaluation or assess, do a tax appeal to get a revaluation on your property. And they give you a website link here for the revaluation brochure, which I'm not sure what that takes you to. Understanding revaluations, how municipalities do their periodic revaluations. I'm not worried about that. I explained that to you already. I'm showing you how to do a tax appeal, okay? So these are the links on how to file for a tax appeal, which, you know what, I'm gonna put them in, suggest them to be added in the next edition of the book too. Ooh, slide was that on that we were doing that? It's this one. So how to file a tax appeal. Page 123. And then, okay. Now, appealing the assessed value, they have a link here for that in the next paragraph. If you wanted to highlight it, you could highlight that link there. Once again, I got these links in your in the slideshow as well. I could also send them to you in the chat window. 2 links in there. Turn the page. And on page 124, I want you to go down to the bottom of the page under tax rates. At the bottom, you see where it says mill in bold. I want you to highlight a mill is 1/1000th of a dollar or a tenth of a cent. As you can see, 3 decimal points there. It could be expressed as 30 mills or $1 for every dollar of assessed value, or $3 for every $100 of assessed value, which is the same as $30 for every $1,000 of assessed value. And we already did a math problem where I used that mill rate for you, where we did this. This question right here. This is showing you a mill rate, $2.50 for every $100 of value. And we figured out what the taxes would be. Okay, so that's how you would do the math problem like that. And I'm sure at the end of this chapter, there may be problems about that too. Okay. Okay, so tax liens on page 125. Taxes on real property become a lien on the property as of January 1 the next year. Now, the municipality does not expect you to pay your full year's taxes on January 1st. Instead, they bill you quarterly, right? There's 12 months in a year, there's 3 months in every quarter. So there's 4 quarters in a year. Quarter is 4, right? There's 4 quarters. So they'll bill you quarterly. But if at the end of the 4th quarter, you have still not paid your property taxes in full for the end of the year, well, now you're going to start getting late fees and penalties from them. But if after 6 months after the end of the year, you had not paid your taxes off in full, the tax assessor from the municipality is required to schedule, or they should, they don't always do what they're supposed to. They're supposed to schedule a tax auction on the property. Now, what is a tax auction on the property? Well, let's read what I got here. They refer to it as a tax sale. That's a tax auction. So the tax collector will place an ad in 5 places within the municipality. They may post one paper up in the courthouse, another one in a library, another one in a school, wherever. They place it 5 places within the municipality. They'll post something notifying the community of a pending tax sale or tax auction that's coming up. Now, it also has to be advertised in the local newspaper for 4 weeks, whatever the main newspapers in the area. For us in Union County anyway, it's the Star Ledger. So what does the auction winner get when they go to a tax sale auction? They do not get the property. What are they bidding on? They're bidding on paying the outstanding taxes for the property owner that they have not yet paid. So basically, if you have not paid the taxes on your property, I'm an investor, I come to the auction, I'm saying, oh, let me pay their taxes, please. I want to be the one that gets to pay their taxes, please. That's what the person at the auction goes to do. And if I pay your taxes, I do not own your property. But what I do get from the municipality is what we call a tax lien certificate that shows the date and the interest rate that I won the auction at. Basically, I said, if you owe $10,000 in taxes, I say, please, can I please pay their $10,000 in taxes? And if nobody else is bidding at that auction but me, I get it at 18% interest rate. And that homeowner has 2 years to pay me back that money. And if they don't pay me that money back within 2 years, I could then foreclose on them and become the owner. But if I foreclose on somebody due to non-payment of taxes, let me ask you a question. In liens, who jumps to the head of the list all the time when it comes to foreclosures?
The government.
Taxes.
Taxes. Too big, certain in life, death, and taxes. They even jump ahead of a first mortgage, right?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
Now, that's in the event of a property being foreclosed on due to non-payment of a mortgage or some other lien. But if a property is getting foreclosed on because of non-payment of taxes, all other liens are wiped out. And that investor who paid the taxes gets the property free and clear just for the amount that they paid in the outstanding taxes. Tell me that's not better than bidding on a property at a sheriff's sale, having to pay the mortgage, and then having to possibly have other liens on the property, including outstanding taxes that have not yet been paid. And then you still got to fix up the house and try to fix it and flip it. I paid $10,000 for your house. You didn't pay me back the $10,000 plus 18% in 2 years. I foreclose on you. Let's just say I paid an attorney $5 grand to do the foreclosure for me. So I overpaid an attorney $5 grand to do a foreclosure. All right. What am I in the hole for? $15,000?
15.
I get your property free and clear. I don't care if your property is a crap hole. I'm sure it's worth significantly more than $15,000, right? So you tell me that's not a bad investment.
That's a good investment.
That's a pretty damn good investment, isn't it? Especially even if that person had an outstanding mortgage on their house still for $300,000. I just wiped it out. I got it free and clear. No mortgage on the property, no liens on the property. Because taxes, they wipe tax foreclosures, they wipe everything out. This is why lenders usually try to make sure that people include their property taxes in their monthly mortgage payment so that they could ensure that these important bills are being paid. Because if left unpaid, they could wipe out their interest, right? Like I just told you, tax sale. Now, let's just say the lender found out that there was a tax auction going on and that this investor was there. Let's just say the lender swoops in last minute and pays me back. What did they pay me back?
How much you put out plus the 18%, right?
Plus 18% interest, plus any reasonable legal cost or filing fees. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. How much are your savings accounts paying you these days?
Not that much.
You ain't even getting 1%. You'd be lucky if you're getting 0.25% in your savings account, right?
Some of them down to 1%.
Well, it's more than a quarter. You're lucky if you're getting paid that, you know. A lot of people are like, you'd be lucky if you're getting 0.1% or 0.25%, you know. So if you're getting 1%, that's good. But look, this auction, you're getting 18% if nobody else bids on that property. Well, let's just say that now one of you come in there to bid against me because you see the value in this now. So you come to the auction and you say, wait a minute, no, I want to pay their $10,000. I'll take it at 17%. So you don't go bidding higher. Whoever bids the lowest on the percentage, see, the municipality is not trying to make it harder for people to keep their homes. They just want to get the tax dollars. So they'll have this auction so that they could collect the tax dollars from an investor, and then that that investor, if there's more than one that are bidding there, the person who bids the lowest on what they're going to charge the homeowner to pay them back will win the auction. But what did they get at that auction? They get a tax lien certificate that just says, I am owed $10,000 plus whatever interest from this property owner, and here's the date that they need to pay it back by. And if it's not paid back in full by then, I get to foreclose on them as if I'm the municipality myself, due to non-payment of taxes. And who comes first, who gets priority? I could wipe out all other liens on that property if I foreclose due to non-payment of taxes. Pretty damn good investment, right? I'm going to give you guys some resources for that in a moment. Let's just first finish this. Now, that homeowner has 2 years, we call that the redemption period, to pay me back so that they could keep their property. That's if I'm a private investor. Now, if the municipality pays the taxes for the person, which usually they don't, but if they did for whatever reason, maybe they wanted the property, they would only have 6 months to pay the municipality back the money for the taxes. Plus any interest and reasonable filing and legal costs. And then the person who has that tax lien certificate, they do not have to file foreclosure immediately. I would. But they could do so within 20 years, anytime within 20 years. But keep in mind, what happens next year if they don't pay the taxes? Taxes still need to be paid. If you don't pay them, there'll be another auction, right? So, you know, I would foreclose on them right away, but that investor has 20 years to foreclose to get their money back. I would do it right away. Now, if the municipality forecloses due to non-payment of taxes, it is called an in rem proceeding. And this is a court proceeding reserved only for municipalities to foreclose due to non-payment of taxes. So what do we call the special court proceeding reserved only for municipalities to foreclose due to non-payment of taxes?
In rem.
In rem.
In
Okay.
rem.
So let's do the highlighting under redemption period on page 125. Let's highlight the purchaser of a tax sales receives a tax sale certificate, but is not entitled to occupy or use the property and does not receive title. If a municipality purchases the certificate, the delinquent homeowner has 6 months in which to pay the money due and redeem the property. If the certificate is bought by a private party, the redemption period is 2 years. Now, the homeowner does not pay the investor directly. They would pay the municipality, so the municipality is aware of whether it got paid or not.
So if the redemption, if the investor can foreclose anytime within 20 years, you said you would do it right away. So if you did it right away, they still would have 2 years to pay you back?
No.
So
they had 2 years. You had 2 years
Okay.
to pay me back from the time that I paid it for you.
Got you.
Okay. Then highlights at the end there, the holder of a certificate may obtain clear title through the legal process of foreclosure anytime within 20 years. And then on the next line, highlight if the municipality forecloses on a tax sale certificate, it's through a judicial foreclosure, that means through the courts, before a court, called an in rem proceeding, and underline in rem. Sometimes that's an exam question, not always, but sometimes. What do we call the special court proceeding reserved for municipalities to foreclose due to non-payment of taxes? In rem.
In rem.
Okay. Now, we're almost done with this chapter, but before I go on to the next thing, I'm just going to share with you a resource where you guys can find out. You're welcome, by the way. This is a resource that no other school is giving you because nobody else, I don't know, they don't care. It's irrelevant to your licensing, but I'm telling you about this stuff. So a lot of people say, well, how do you bid on properties that people did not pay their taxes on? Well, here's a resource right here, realauction.com/client-sites. Now, if we click on this and we actually go to the website, we're going to see that this is a software company. Just bear with me a moment. I'm waiting for it to open. I'm going to switch the screen to it now. Okay, so here's realauction.com. As you can see, this is a software site. Look, it says here, let's go to the homepage. Look, they make software for auctions and taxes and tax liens and all kinds of other crap. Okay, here's all their different tax lien software, real TDA software. They make software. But if you click on client site, which I gave you the direct link to, right? You see they have for tax deed applications, foreclosures and auction management, tax deed management. So right off the bat, it starts you off on tax lien auctions, okay? Scroll down to New Jersey. And we scroll down to New Jersey. Here's all the municipalities in New Jersey that use this tax lien software or tax auction software to do their auctions. Now, they may do the auctions in person, or you could have bidders that bid online. But before you could bid online, let me just let you know, because I tried to attend my first one not long ago, but I didn't realize you had to first go down to City Hall and put money down, a portion. You got to give certified funds to the tax assessor's office there for the amount that you're planning on bidding. Okay, and then after the auction, you have to come up with the balance and pay them in full. I think within 48 hours or 24 hours, depending on that municipality auction rules. Okay, so anyway, I know for next time I'm going to be getting involved in this. I keep teaching other people how to do it. I want to do it on myself. You know, it's a great way to make money. I've actually sold properties as a real estate agent. I sold properties for people who have gotten property this way. The last one I ever sold for a guy who did these tax auctions was a house in Hillside. It was a 4-family house. Each unit was 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. The taxes were actually kind of low on the property at the time. This was a couple of years back. There were $7,500 on the property for a 4-family house in Hillside. It was right on Route 22. I turned around and I sold that property for him. He listed it with me. Let's just say the taxes were $7,500 and the taxes weren't paid for 2 years. What did the guy have in on the property?
15 grand.
15 grand. And let's just say they overpaid an attorney $5 grand to do the foreclosure. What's he in a hole now for?
20 grand.
20 grand. I sold it for $490,000. Minus my 6% commission that I charged him. Still, the guy made a killing. Right? Just got to have your money tied up for 2 years. Is it worth it?
Absolutely.
You tell me some other way that it's not worth it, you know? You tell me someplace else that makes better money. Buying at sheriff's auctions for foreclosures of non-payment of mortgages or what have you. You may get little deals here and there. Buying, investing in short sales and fixing and flipping properties, but they got headaches all on their own. This, you just buy it, forget it. Wait for it to mature. Worst case scenario, it never goes, you never get a chance to foreclose because the person pays you back all your money plus 18%. What's your savings accounts paying you again? So worst case scenario, you get all your money back plus way more interest than your bank is paying you. Best case scenario, they don't pay you back, you foreclose on them and you make a killing.
So did he just sell it as is?
Yeah, he didn't even price it like top market value or nothing. He's like, I don't give a shit. Just price it to sell. I just want to get rid of it. You know? So I priced it aggressively too. And
how long did it take him to foreclose?
We ended up getting a couple bidders on it. Boom, boom, boom. It's right away. It doesn't take long to foreclose because you already waited 2 years. So it doesn't take long. Well, let's say it did. Let's say it took them another year, which it definitely won't. Well, let's just say it took them a year. to foreclose and get the people out of the house. Well, actually, he didn't need to get the people out. It was fully occupied with tenants who were now paying him rent. Right? Let's just say it was a one-family house. They had to foreclose and then they had to get the people evicted. Well, you know what? If you foreclose, you take that foreclosure statement over to the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department will physically remove whoever's in there because you're the owner now. So you get those people evicted. All right. So here's a practice website where you could see a demo website on how it works. And it has all the rules, but you got to check each municipality that you want to bid on. You see some of them here have like site opens on the 15th. This one is going to have bidding soon. See some of them, if they don't have something listed here yet, let's click on one here at random here. The tax auction sites, they all look pretty much similar. They got pretty much the same similar layout. If you click preview items for sale, there's probably not going to be anything here yet because nothing is scheduled yet. Sometimes some of them they do, some of them they don't. But you first register there and you can get updates on when their auctions are going to be coming in for this town then. But you got to register with each town to get that sent to you. And look, they have some general rules on bidding and results, which this varies from each town, guys. Okay, it depends on the municipality's rules. You got to check with each town. It varies a little bit. They talk about the tax certification process, some training, general information about how to go through this auction bidding. All right, and check it out for yourself. I hope you guys make a lot of money.
Do you have to go to your local city hall to give the money for the certified funds, or you have to go to each municipality?
I would go there. I mean, I'm sure you could probably mail it to them as well, but I would go there too. You have to go. You have to make sure that they have the funds in advance before you could bid on the auction site.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
See, Colts Neck. Nice neck of the woods. A lot of high property taxes too. Anything in there? Now, every municipality has this, by the way, guys. You know how many municipalities we have in New Jersey? Well, here's the ones that are using this software.
Can you see if there's any in Cranford?
Yeah, they have Cranford here in this list too. Yeah, hold on one second. Yeah, I think it's a little bit early for them to have out their lists yet. Some municipalities you see are putting their lists out, like they're scheduling them. Now let's click on this one. This one is 224. So let's see, they may have some properties listed here. What was this, Pine Hill in Camden? Wherever that is, the Pine Hill, I don't know. All right, and see, when they have properties listed, look at this. This is one municipality. By the way, look at the price amounts that are outstanding. Here's one that's more than $1,000. Most of these are just a couple $100. Here's one 3,200. One that's almost $5,000. Couple hundred. Now you see the codes here though. Here's the charge type. TS1. I'm not sure what these codes are. You'd have to look it up. But you know, some municipalities have city charges for trash removal, city charges for sewer. See, I would guess that would be for sewer costs. You know that if somebody doesn't pay their sewer costs and it's a municipal water sewer bill, they could foreclose on you for non-payment of taxes. That gets added to the tax auction. Let's just say somebody didn't pay a $500 bill, sewer water bill. Well, actually, this is T. I'm not sure what that stands for though, that code. But this is this property. Let me see what these links do. It gives you the address of the property, the face value of the certificate, what's owed, the assessed value of a property, the land value. Wow, look at this land value. That's an assessed value. So, it's gonna be a lot higher than that. Area square foot in acres. This is almost a 19-acre property. 19 acres. See, this is vacant land. See this one? Okay, the code on this one, vacant land. See the use code here? See, when you click in there, you could see that. Sometimes you could click on the maps and you could find additional information about the property. Let's see if they have the tax bill. Okay, so look, this one gives you an aerial view. See that? It's a big 18, almost 19-acre lot. Boom.
What about if multiple tax liens go on sale for one property? Is that possible?
No, it would be one tax lien. Like if the person didn't pay 2 years of taxes before they finally did a tax sale, it would still be one lien at the auction. You got to pay it off. Okay. Now, if I pay somebody's tax lien and then the next year they still don't pay it, the municipality will contact me and say, hey, this person didn't pay their taxes this year either. You want to pay the taxes and automatically get it 18%? If not, we'll schedule an auction for 6 months for 6 months from now. And then someone else will get a certificate and they'll be 2 years behind you. But by then you could foreclose, sell the property. You'll just have to make sure you pay them back plus their 18% interest.
Okay.
Okay. But look at it. So there's a lot of them out there. And look at this. This is only one of 12 pages. There's 577 in this one municipality. And how many municipalities do we have in New Jersey? Anybody know? 550 municipalities. And look, we keep going down the list here. These are all the municipalities that use this software. Okay. Now somebody asked me to take a look at Clark. I don't think Clark had anything posted yet. But the website.
No, I said Cranford.
Oh, Cranford. Okay. But it would be cranford.newjerseytaxsale.com. That's basically the way they work it. Okay, where's Cranford? There we go, Cranford. So it'd be cranford.newjerseytaxsale.com. Yeah, I don't think they have anything listed yet. Yeah. Preview items for 2020 action. Okay, so it's currently unavailable. So you got to find out when they're, but you could sign up here. If you register, they'll email you when they're scheduling the auctions. So then you could be aware. You don't have to go down to City Hall and start asking, how do I get on the list? Which if you're interested in a municipality, because not all 550 municipalities are listed here. I mean, there's a lot of municipalities listed here. I never counted how many. But if you're interested in a municipality that's not listed here, you got to go down to the tax office in that municipality and ask them, how do you get on the tax auction list to get all the properties? Some municipalities still fax you the information. They're like in the Stone Ages still. Some of them will manually cut and paste and put the information on their website temporarily. Some will do by regular snail mail, all right? And then some do through software. Maybe they're doing a different software that they're using. But you're welcome for that bit of information there. I see you guys are eager to know it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
So in New Jersey, what is the redemption period for tax lien certificates sold to private parties?
2 years.
2 years. And if the municipality purchases the certificate?
6 months.
6 months. All right.
Oh, they have a free big up today and stuff.
And what do we call the tax court? Reserved only for foreclosure due to non-payment of taxes?
In REM.
In REM proceeding. There we go. Now, let's income tax issues.
He loves outdoor barbecue prep station. Oh, freaking kept saying prep station.
All right. So income tax issues for home sellers. Refer queries to accountants or attorneys. Sometimes people ask us, though, as real estate agents for assistance in some things. How is this going to affect my taxes? I always refer people to their accountants or attorneys on that. I don't know what your tax situation is. I'm not a tax expert, and that's the best way to avoid liability, right? But there are some things I can assist with, like I could tell you that if it's your primary residence that you're living out of, and you've lived in that primary residence for at least 2 years out of the last 5 years before you sell the property, if you sell that property for up to, if you're a single filer, meaning that you're either single or you're married and file taxes separately, you can get a capital gains tax exclusion on state and federal income taxes for up to $250,000 profit on the sale. And if you're a married couple that files your taxes jointly, if you lived in that property for at least 2 out of the last 5 years, you could get a capital gains tax exclusion of up to $500,000 profit of a sale that's your primary residence, not an investment, your primary residence. So if you profit that much, you know how much you pay in taxes, income taxes for that profit? A big fat zero. Let's see if Biden changes any of that. Hey, we never know. This tax law always changes. And who changes this stuff? Politicians do. So keep your ears on, will you? That's how you find out, because this stuff is fluid. Changes with time sometimes. Although this has not changed in years, it may, because they're always proposing new taxes and removing tax shelters, you know. Okay. Now, if the owner lived there for less than 2 out of the last 5 years before selling the house, they still may qualify for certain deductions or exemptions from capital gains tax. And the IRS says that those situations would have to be due to a hardship. And they consider a hardship to be a job loss or transfer. You know, you have to sell the property because your job transferred, or because of health reasons, or because of a death, a divorce, or multiple births are considered a hardship as well. Now, first-time home buyers also qualify for penalty-free withdrawals from their retirement plan, like an IRA or 401k, for example. They could generally deduct up to or take out $10,000 from your retirement plan, interest and penalty-free. I'm sorry, penalty-free. If you're going to use it to purchase, for the down payment to purchase your first home. So first-time home buyers may make penalty-free withdrawals from their retirement plans towards the down payment of their first home, up to $10,000. But that money has to be paid back with interest. But don't worry, you're paying it back to your own retirement plan, so you're paying yourself. Okay? So sometimes you may have a client that doesn't have all the money that's required for the down payment. Ask them if they got a retirement plan. If they do, have them contact their tax professional to see about how they go, or their accountant to see about, because you have to file paperwork to do it. You can't just take the money out of your retirement plan. If you just take the money out of your retirement plan, you're going to get killed in taxes and penalty for early withdrawal. But if you file the proper paperwork to take that money out, it's penalty free if you use it for down payment to purchase your first home. All right. And that's the end of this chapter. Let's highlight these things though now in the book. Okay. So under income tax issues for home sellers, the first paragraph, third line to the end of the paragraph, I want you to highlight. It talks about the $250,000 and the $500,000 capital gain tax exclusion. And then follow the next 2 lines in the next paragraph that say this exclusion may be reused as often as every 2 years if the homeowners have owned and lived in that property as a primary residence for 2 out of the last 5 years before the sale. Then turn the page and highlight the first 2 lines there that talk about the first, up to $10,000 withdrawal from your retirement plan. And then let's do the key terms to review. Adjust for assessment variations.
Equalization factor?
Yes, equalization factor 4 is A. A list of all the taxable properties in the municipality.
Assessment roll.
3 is B, the assessment roll. An estimate based on probable sales price.
Full value assessment.
5 is C, full value assessment. Tax set according to value.
Ad valorem
Ad
tax?
valorem.
1 is D. That's what ad valorem means, according to value, right? 1 is D. Value used for taxation purposes.
Assessed
value?
value.
Assessed value. 2 is E. Collection of overdue taxes through public auction of property.
Tax sale.
Tax sale. 13 is F. 1/1000th of a dollar or 1/10 of a cent.
A mill.
A mill. 6 is G. Seizing of property for unpaid taxes.
Tax foreclosure.
11 is H, tax foreclosure. Reassessment of all municipalities' ratables. What do we call?
Rateable.
Now, what do we call the reassessment of all the municipalities' ratables?
Reevaluation.
Evaluation.
Revaluation. 9 is I. Municipalities' financial claim against real property.
Tax lien.
12 is J, tax lien. A taxable property.
Rateable.
That's a rateable. 7 is K. Tax only on property directly benefiting from an improvement.
Special assessment.
Special
And
assessment.
is L, correct? And time in which a foreclosed owner can regain property.
Redemption period.
We call that the redemption period. 8 is M. All right, fantastic. So chapter 9, land use regulations and environmental issues. In this chapter, we're gonna be learning about distinguishing the private land use controls and what the government's powers are relating to land use. Describe environmental issues and hazards and hazardous substances used in construction these days. And then we're going to talk about landmark preservation sites and historic sites, etc. So starting off with land use controls. The ownership rights a person possesses in a parcel of real estate, they're subject to public and private land use controls. Private land use controls would mean, like, for example, maybe I, as a landowner, when I sold the property, I put a restriction in the deed that the property couldn't be used for a purpose, right? But the government also has their zoning laws and zoning and building codes and such, and that could restrict how property can be used too, even though it's, your land. The government does have a say. Why? Because we gave that right, that power to the government to have control over us in that regard. And then private citizens, they put their restrictions in through restrictive covenants in deeds. So deed restrictions. If we go to the second page here, page 130, deed restrictions. We're going to highlight deed restrictions are placed on property by private parties, not by government. Now, on my slide here, I'm a little more detail. These restrictions placed in deeds by private parties are called restrictive covenants. So on the last line, almost in the first paragraph here, towards the end of the line, I want you to highlight known as restrictive covenants. So all you have highlighted now is deed restrictions are placed on property by private parties, not by governments, known as restrictive covenants, if we were to read everything that's highlighted. Okay. Illegal restrictions in deeds in violation of the law are not enforceable. But if there are other restrictions that are in that deed that are still legal, and they are still valid, they do not, the whole deed does not get invalidated from all of its restrictions, because you may find an old deed out there, for instance, that says that you can't sell the property to a person of color or a woman or what have you, okay? And if that's the case, those are illegal, they're discriminatory restrictions, and they're not enforceable by law, because we have all kinds of anti-discriminatory laws out there now, right? They would make those things illegal. Restrictions can be placed with time limitations on them. For instance, you cannot use this property as a gas station for the next 10 years. If I say that, then after 10 years, you can use it as a gas station, but for the next 10 years, you can't. Okay, but if I don't put a time limitation in there and I just say you can never use this property as a gas station, guess what? Never is ever, right? So that time limitation would not go away, would pass on from one owner to the next. They can never use that property as a gas station again. Deed restrictions run with the land. That's exactly the example I just gave. I say you can never use that property as a gas station again. Even if you sell that property to someone else, what are you selling them? You're only selling them the rights that you had in your ownership of that property. And those rights were restricted that said that you cannot use the property as a gas station. So if you're selling your rights, you're passing on your rights to the next owner. Then the next owner can't use the property as a gas station either now, can they? No, they cannot. They also cannot give more rights than they have. So they can't sell it to somebody, then all of a sudden they're able to use it as a gas station. The restriction ran with the land. So enforcement of deed restrictions, they could be enforced in court by the owners who added the restriction, a subdivider, a remainder man. What's a remainder man? You guys recall?
Third party.
It's a third party to be named to be a beneficiary. Heirs or neighbors. So highlight in the book under enforcement, neighbors or the original subdivider may enforce deed restrictions through court action. And then also add owners, remainder man, and heirs can also add them. Okay. This is page what, 130?
Could you repeat that one more time?
Yes. Let me put it up here so that you see the slide. Okay. I want you to add owners, remainder man, and heirs to that list. This list only had a couple because in this paragraph section, they only gave examples from a subdivider's perspective that's subdividing land to be built, but they don't talk about private individuals who are selling property. So they only said that the people who can enforce deed restrictions are neighbors or the original subdivider. However, owners, remainder man, and heirs can also enforce deed restrictions. So that's page 130. Then governmental powers. Although in the United States, it's said that private citizen has maximum ownership rights in the property that they own through the allodial system, right? Their rights and their ownership can be subject to certain governmental powers and controls. And to remember what those governmental powers are, we have an acronym here called PEAT, which is actually on the next page, 131. They wrote it out of order. They should have put PEAT there at the beginning. All right. The acronym to remember all the government powers is PEAT. That stands for police power, eminent domain, taxation, and escheat. Police power are powers passed on from the federal government to the states, counties, and municipalities to make legislation for the general welfare of the public that can place restrictions on the property owner. And some of those restrictions could include, let's see, what do they have here? Environmental protection laws and zoning and building ordinances, including and regulating the use, occupancy, size, location, construction, and rental of real estate. You can't even rent your own house out without getting a permit from the municipality. Did you know that?
Definitely didn't know that.
You have to go down to your municipality, whoever handles rentals, rental regulations, and you have to register your property, whether it's a single family or multi-family house, before you can rent it. You have to register it as being a rental, as being rented out. And you have to file for a permit. You got to get a permit. So you're going to fill out an application and pay a permitting fee to rent your property out, to get it registered. Then you're going to have to get the local fire inspector or public health officer, whoever's handling those inspections in that municipality, to go out and inspect the property before you can rent it out. They want to make sure that you have a fire extinguisher installed, that you have the carbon monoxide and smoke detectors are working. And then before they give you a certificate of occupancy to allow the rental, you need to have the names of all the renters that are going to be living there, so that the fire department has it on file that if there's a fire in that structure, how many adults, how many children? Okay, who are the adults? They don't need to know who the children are. They just need to know their age and gender. Okay, this way they have a record. Did we get everybody out? Well, they'd be able to check the records really quick. Okay, now eminent domain is a power of the government to seize privately owned property for the greater public good. Well, isn't that the name that the government always does things, in the name of the greater public good? Why do they tax you? Why do they take your money? For the greater public good, so that they could spend it on something that will benefit the public, right? I know you're rolling your eyes and you're saying, yeah, right. But that's the excuse that they give anyway, right? Whether they're doing it or they're not. So it's for the greater public good, but owners must receive just compensation for the property. And the process of taking the property through the courts is called condemnation. It's a condemnation hearing. So eminent domain is the power of the government and other quasi-governmental bodies to seize the property from a private individual with just compensation for the greater good of the public, right? I keep doing the air quotes thing because a lot of times people get their eminent domain has been abused to take people's properties away. So who else has the power of eminent domain? Well, the government, as well as certain quasi-governmental bodies, such as public utilities, land clearance commissions, railroads, public housing and redevelopment authorities do. Let me ask you a question. Can I, me as an individual, Victor Kaminsky, not being a member of any of these things, can I take away your property by eminent domain?
No, you can't.
Everybody agree with her?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say that thing that we watched, I think it has to go through a whole bunch of whatever it is, but like say if it was empty and you went in there and stayed there the same way then people did all that extra mess.
That's an easement.
Okay.
That's an
Okay.
easement. Can I take somebody's property away by eminent domain? That means I have to pay them for it.
Right.
But whether they want to give it to me or not, I take it from them because in the name of the greater public good. Can me, Victor Kaminsky, take away your property, your house? I'm going to take away your house for the greater public good, but I'm going to pay you for it, whatever
I'm gonna
just
say
compensation
no.
is.
No, I would say no.
Okay, now in the strictest form of what I just said, you're right. But I still can take your property by eminent domain. I just need to know who can take your property. And then I could approach them and explain to them how it's in the greater public's interests If you were to use your eminent domain powers to seize that property and hand it over to me, so I could tear it down and build luxury apartments there, or to put up some kind of a commercial structure that's going to generate a lot more tax dollars than what they're using it for. Isn't that additional revenue coming into the municipality for the greater good of the public, going to serve some kind of a compensation and do some greater good for the public in the long run?
I guess.
Yes, they did that a lot in Essex County.
They do it everywhere. They do it everywhere. And most of the time that they, not most of the time, a lot of the time when they do it, it's abusive. Okay. I live in Linden, right on Wood Avenue, right by the train station. You see this happening all the time. Right by the train station, there, you got four corners over there, right next to the train station. Well, one side there's a shopping center. The other side there's already a high-rise luxury apartments that's old already, with storefronts down the bottom, which they did that years ago. Now on the other side of the train tracks, right there, they seized both of those properties. Well, both of those blocks. So all those property owners on the blocks, they took all those stores. They notified them that they're going to be shutting them down because they're going to be taking the property due to eminent domain. So make way for our luxury apartments, high-rise living, because it's needed for the greater good of the public. This is going to generate more tax dollars. And then they turned it over to Meridian, I believe it was, who built this cheap construction that I'm not going to say that. I don't want to open myself for a lawsuit here. They did luxury housing that they built, okay, for the greater good of the public so that they could generate more tax dollars for the municipality. So that's what they did. Meridian went to the city. The city used their powers of eminent domain to take those properties away from functioning businesses, tear it down, and to build a high-rise apartment complex. And then they did it across the street again. And then they did it around a corner on Elizabeth Avenue. This is happening everywhere. Then they did it on St. George Avenue. They're doing that across from Roselle. It's happening all the time. Now, a couple of years back, we had, Superstorm Sandy, right? And when that happened, Governor Christie was in office. Now, I believe that was a time that he should have used his powers of eminent domain. But then again, I'm probably a little bit less tolerant. He was a little bit more tolerant. There's some towns down in South Jersey that are the beachfront properties that those areas could have experienced a lot less flooding if they had higher sand dunes that would act as barriers for the floods that come in during storms. However, the people who own the property right on the beaches said, yes, but that would destroy the values of our properties because you wouldn't be able to see the water anymore. What's good is owning a beachfront property if you can't even see the water because you build a mountain in front of us? Well, if any time, this would be a good argument for, well, it's for the greater good of the public, because all these property owners inland over here wouldn't have had their homes flooded out and destroyed. Right? Now he did, the argument there was, should you take away these people's beachfront properties due to eminent domain and just build the damn sand dunes and protect the rest of the homes in the area? Or do you kowtow to the rich folk that own the property right on the beach? Actually, the people that owned it a couple blocks in were probably still rich, but do you just sit there and negotiate with them, and they're not going to want their views obstructed? They don't care. They got insurance. It'll pay for it again, right? Well, this was a big argument for the longest time. Eventually, I don't know what the heck even happened with that. I don't know if they built the dunes up, but not as high. I don't know what the resolution to that was, but that was a perfect opportunity for government use their eminent domain powers to seize the properties of people, right? But I guess they tread a little more lightly when you're rich and you could have the money to fight it in court, right? Taxation is another governmental power to fund the operation of government. And we just went over in the last chapter talking about all kinds of property taxes and tax breaks and all that stuff that we go over. And we learned about a little loopholes and such in there too, right? And then lastly, we have escheat, which I believe that we've heard of. We went over this one a little bit. Yes, no, we did. We skipped over from chapter 5. We also did chapter 20, remember? And we learned about the process of escheat when somebody dies without a will. What do we call it when they die without a will? You're looking at the slide?
Intestate.
Intestate. When somebody dies intestate without a will and no heirs can be located, the property will revert to the state. We went through that whole process of escheat showing that they got to sell the property at public auction, then they give a year. If no relatives claim the property, then the state gets the money, right? So that's the process of escheat. The state escheats you out of their property, right? So these are the police powers. I'm sorry, these are all the governmental powers. Police power, that's the right for like environmental protection, zoning, all that stuff. The police to actually like, can the police enter your property? They could just come in and whenever they want?
Nope.
No, they can't. They need a warrant, right? But what if they're chasing an armed robber and they saw them just go into your front door?
Then they can come in.
Then they can break the door down, chasing them in, right? They're in hot pursuit. See, that's the police power for the general welfare of the public. They don't have to stop, wait, try to go reach out to a judge, get a thing, you know. In certain circumstances, the greater good of the public got to stand before the individual property owner's rights there. And if they saw them run into your front door, they could chase them. They could chase right after them. So this all falls within the realms of police power to protect the public. Public health, safety, environmental control, building standards and codes, right? That all falls under police power. Eminent domain deals with taking property for the general welfare of the public, for things like for building roads, to put ramps for entrance and exit to parkway and turnpike and things like that, to widen roadways. Maybe sometimes they need to get additional land that's already owned by private parties on the sides of the road. They may need to seize some of that and then justly compensate and pay the persons for the land they took so that they could widen the roads. Okay. Individual may not want to sell their property or any portion of it, but it's needed for the general good of the public. So they'll take it and then they'll pay you for it. And you don't got to say about it. You could try to fight it in court, but your pocket's so deep that you could fight City Hall. And taxation, well, we all got to pay taxes, you know, to fund the operation of this monster we call government. And it's got a ferocious appetite, doesn't it? And then escheat, lastly, is the power of the government to seize one's property after you died. If you didn't give a directive of who's supposed to get your stuff, and no heirs can be located. Not that they try very hard to locate them. They put an ad in the paper or put it on a website. Anybody else find money from missingmoney.com or unclaimed property.nj, whatever it was?
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that. Several people in one class. Good. I hope you found a lot. And even if you did it $9 or whatever it was that one person found, hey, it's found money.
I'm like in my parents' name, which is weird because it came up when I put my information in.
Beautiful. The screw up. What do you think? Government doesn't screw up, or whoever inputted the paperwork, right? They screw up sometimes. You know, they put the wrong information, but you know, they get to keep your property after a certain period of time. Well, if you don't claim it, if you don't find it, even if they made the wrong, oopsie, we put the wrong information in there that you would never have been able to find it. But you were a little diligent. You searched a little bit hard because you took this class and I told you to, right? So good for you if you find something. Glad. I'm not even asking, I'm not even gonna be cashing in my 10% finder's fee. All right. We're, all right, under police power, just highlight police power. Power vested to the state to establish legislation and preserve order and protect the public health and safety. Highlight the whole sentence, and to promote the general welfare. Then highlight the first sentence in the next paragraph. Eminent domain enables the government to exercise its right to acquire privately owned real estate for public good through the process of condemnation. That's a very polite way of saying they're taking your property, whether you like it or not, and they're going to pay you just compensation for it. Next page, 131. Let's see. You can just highlight the word taxation. You know, taxation is a charge to raise funds to meet the public's needs to fund their operation of government. I don't like that definition there. All right, then state laws, highlight state laws provide for ownership of real estate to escheat. That means to revert to the state when an owner dies, leaving no will disposing of their estate and no heirs can be located. And in the margin to the left of that, I'm going to give you a cross reference. You're going to write chapter 20, page 342-343. 342, 343, chapter 20. And then highlight Pete, police powers, eminent domain, taxation, escheats. It's a way to remember those 4 police powers. And that is where we'll leave off for the day.